Good morning. Welcome back. Yesterday, Herman Grech's play, They Blew Her Up, and the conversation we had with Herman and Matthew set the tone for our conversations that followed. We all, I think, paid closer attention on scrapping the question mark at the end of the title of this conference. We had two very insightful panel discussions moderated by Carmen and Andres, and a comprehensive perspective on the challenges of digital and physical safety, SLAPs, exiled journalists, the need for more institutional support and coordination. We had two unique testimonies by Inga and Olga, supported by our discussions with Sabine, Tom, Sarah, Nicola, Carlos, Olga, Morgans, Isabel. Now we've come to our third panel, which is on the legal limitations of freedom of expression in times of conflict and war. And standing in for Chan Yekin-Su is Jody, the president of the CPJ, and I yield the floor to her.
Not working? Oh, yes. Good morning, everyone. As you can see, I am not Jan. He's unwell. So I'm going to pretend to be an international human rights lawyer for this morning to discuss a topic that I think is really key and which a lot of the existing literature doesn't necessarily give us a lot of guidance. So I'm really looking forward to this panel because I think it's an area where we need to develop more jurisprudence, we need to develop more information so that we in the NGO community, but also in the legal community, in the regulatory community, can understand better how to balance competing rights and freedoms during times of conflict and war. So we're going to begin with a keynote from Martins Mitz, who's a judge of the European Court of Human Rights. Martins.
Cienītās dāmas, godātie kungi, labrīt! Ņemot vērā konferences starptautisko raksturu, es runāšu angļu valodā. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm afraid I will not be able to give you recite, because after all, everything is about the balancing, but I will try to give insights into some of the aspects of the topic, which is at the discussion today, on the basis of some of the cases that have been decided in the European Court of Human Rights. So, freedom of expression ensures pluralism of opinions, which is an essential precondition for the functioning of democracy. At this moment, it is important to take note of the impact that freedom of expression exerts in situations of emergency, such as internal conflict or war. On the one hand, an accurate, reliable information is crucial for the public to form opinions in situations of crisis, both inside the country and in the rest of the world. It is also important for registering national and international crimes. On the other hand, distorted, made-up information or skillfully crafted alternative reality all have equally strong impact on the public, and it is more difficult to contest such information when access to it is limited. Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights, which guarantees freedom of expression, is not listed among the rights from which states may not derogate during public emergencies under Article 15 of the Convention. Notwithstanding this, there are not many instances when states have formally derogated from their obligations under Article 10 in situations of public emergencies. A recent example includes public emergency declared to deal with large-scale post-election protests in Armenia. In 2021, in the case Dareskib Limited versus Armenia, the European Court of Human Rights found that the massive opposition protests, although they posed a challenge to public order, did not threaten the life of the nation, a precondition for the state of emergency to be applied under Article 15 of the Convention. and therefore the derogation from human rights obligations under the Convention was not justified. The court further concluded that the emergency measures taken to restrict publication of the applicant's newspaper in the absence of any hate speech or incitement to violence had the effect of stifling political debate and silencing dissenting opinions in violation of Article 10 of the Convention. The court has made it clear that even if a state of emergency is proclaimed, every effort has to be taken to protect the democratic order as well as to safeguard the values of a democratic society, such as pluralism, tolerance, and broad-mindedness. There are 14 interstate cases pending before the court, of which 13 are related to ongoing conflicts. Besides, there are approximately 10,000 individual applications directly linked to these conflicts. Earlier this year, the court declared admissible interstate applications in the case of Ukraine and the Netherlands versus Russia, which, among others, contain complaints of administrative practice of targeting independent journalists and the blocking of Ukrainian broadcasters in violation of Article 10 of the Convention in the eastern Ukraine in 2014. In the same vein, in 2020, the court declared admissible the interstate complaint in another case of Ukraine versus Russia of the alleged administrative practice of suppression of non-Russian media in violation of Article 10, but declared inadmissible the complaint concerning apprehension and intimidation of the international journalists because of the insufficient proof of the existence of administrative practice in that regard. This case concerns events in the territory of Crimea between 2014 and 2015. It could be argued that both these interstate cases attest to the importance for the aggressor state exercising effective control over the territory to control also the narrative and the media. It is well established in the case law of the court that such concepts as national security and public safety, which serve as a basis for restricting freedom of expression, need to be applied with constraint and interpreted restrictively. The court, for example, has found a violation of Article 10 in numerous cases against Turkey, where individuals have been convicted for publication of statements emanating from organizations classified as terrorist under domestic law. The effect of such convictions was partial censoring of individuals and the media, although they did not advocate directly or indirectly the commission of terrorist offenses. It is when the speech exacerbates or justifies violence, hatred, or intolerance, the balance shifts in favor of restricting the speech. Moreover, the speech which is incompatible with the values underlying the Convention is not protected by Article 10 by virtue of Article 17 of the Convention, which prohibits abuse of rights. In 2020, in the case Romanov versus Ukraine, the court had to assess a situation when the applicant was convicted to 1 year imprisonment for distributing the newspapers calling for an armed civil conflict aimed at the seizure of state power by the proletariat and establishing a dominion of the working class over the others. In the court's opinion, those messages could contribute to tensions within the Ukrainian population. They constitute a threat to public order and to democracy itself, and therefore Article 17 precluded the applicant from benefiting from the protection of the Convention. Accordingly, this complaint under Article 10 was declared inadmissible. When giving a speech in the General Assembly last October, Irene Khan, the UN Special Rapporteur on Promotion and Protection of Freedom of Opinion and Expression, made the following point. What is new and deeply worrying in today's conflicts is the scale, spread, and speed of disinformation, propaganda, and hate speech, targeting civilians, particularly vulnerable and marginalized groups. It undermines human rights with audacity and impunity. Disinformation is a tool accompanying manifestly aggressive or hidden policies to reach short-term or long-term goals. The challenge at the outset is to detect various types of disinformation. In order to do so, it is important to get the picture right and to see the situation as a whole. In June this year, the court delivered a decision in a case involving the host country, Gaponenko versus Latvia. The applicant was charged with crimes directed against the independence of Latvia and incitement to ethnic hatred for a series of posts on social media where where he, among others, linked the government with the National Socialism, made calls to actively defend the spiritual values of the Russian population in Latvia, and pointed to the inevitability of an armed conflict, including a war between the West and Russia. The applicant found himself in pre-trial detention for a duration of 4 months, after which he complained to the court about the violations of the right to liberty under Article 5 and freedom of expression under Article 10 of the Convention. The court dismissed these complaints as manifestly ill-founded. In doing so, the court acknowledged that pretrial detention should only be used as an exceptional measure, since it has a range of adverse effects for the persons detained and society as a whole, and it inevitably has a chilling effect on freedom of expression. Having said so, the court distinguished this case from the Turkish cases, underlined the specific sensitive socio-political context in Latvia, and did not overlook the fact that Latvia is a neighboring country to Russia, which by the time had already invaded parts of Georgia and acquired military and political control over parts of Ukraine. Having viewed the facts of the case in their entirety, the court did not find the pretrial detention being arbitrary or manifestly unreasonable. When the Convention is applied, balancing of the various interests involved ultimately depends on the particular circumstances of each case. The scale and spread of disinformation surrounding conflicts and beyond call for application of the Convention standards according to present-day needs, which includes awareness of the new threats, getting the facts right, and delving into the domestic specifics in order to see the situation in a wider context. The pluralism today demands opinions which are based on reliable, trustworthy information. It is possible to view the last year's judgment in the case NIT SRL versus Republic of Moldova, where the court did not find a violation of Article 10 when a license of a TV channel was withdrawn because it systematically had violated the obligations of neutrality and impartiality in its news bulletins, as fostering as wide range of opinions as possible, which are importantly based on accurate and balanced information. The requirements of neutrality and impartiality when reporting the news were imposed by the domestic law due to specific national context. It is tempting, though, to dream that should these principles were strictly followed everywhere, first, the quality of the public discussions would be higher, and second, there would be no war in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. And so essentially what we're really trying to tease out then is the moments in which it's acceptable to limit freedom of expression and media freedom, and how much more complicated that becomes in a time of conflict and war. It's complicated enough at the best of times around hate speech, incitement to violence, but all the more complicated in a febrile situation like a conflict. So I want to begin by asking Yulia Derkachenko, who is the representative of the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights, about this. Obviously, Ukraine is one of the areas where we're thinking about this the most. And in the context of limiting media freedom in times of war, what are the main problems that you see for journalism in Ukraine today?
Thank you for your questions. First of all, I would like to thank the representatives of the Latvian side and the Council of Europe for the invitation of the opportunity to participate in the conference. In the year and 7 months since the start of full-scale invasion, Russia has committed 566 crimes against journalists and media in Ukraine. Namely, 66 journalists were killed, 10 of them during their professional journalistic activities. The Russians killed 6 foreign and 60 Ukrainian journalists. Media workers were captured or kidnapped 22 times. In particular, Union News Agency journalists from the temporarily occupied Melitopol are currently being held captive by the occupiers. 24 journalists were injured as a result of Russian shelling. These are the data of the monitoring of Russian crimes against journalists and the media carried out by the Institute of Mass Information. Hundreds of media closed forever. Thousands of journalists left the country. Some joined the ranks of the armed forces or became internally displaced persons. The financial crisis, a lack of electricity in winter, the narrowing of the content to military themes, the personnel crisis, a huge increase in the workload, and in parallel with this, everyday shelling, stress, security challenges. In all this, the Ukrainian media managed to strategize, produce a quality product, and even compete. Because the safety and life of people and their events depend on the quality work and responsibility of journalists. Having suffered losses, human, materials, psychological, Ukrainian journalism nevertheless becomes a full-fledged social barometer and has yet to become a watchdog of Ukrainian democracy. The high-quality work of journalists allows us to convey to Ukrainians and foreigners the true picture of the war in Ukraine and to ensure the support of many countries around the world. At the same time, preserving freedom of speech during such a bloody war is an extremely difficult task. Thank you.
Thank you. We've tried to condense some of the remarks, and I'm grateful to the speakers this morning so that we can have quite a lively conversation, because I think this is a challenging topic. I want to turn to you, Kristina Pakakli. You're the legal advisor of the Ombudsman of the Republic of Latvia. And I want to talk to you about how this issue impacts Latvia in particular. There's been obviously the controversy around the cancelling of TV Rain's license. EBU this week warned that the plan to end funding for public media in the Russian language may be a violation of human rights. I want you to talk about how the issue of setting freedom of expression and freedom of media against national security issues plays out in Latvia, and how you see this. Is it an issue of humanitarian law, human rights law, both, neither? That's a lot of questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you. I would like to thank also the organizers for inviting me to this panel. Yes, indeed, Latvia is Russia's neighboring country, and last year the war in Ukraine shocked us, but the second thing was that there was an information war in propaganda media that were available in Latvia for many years. And actually, they were available really for many years, and they were restricted only on exceptional occasions. Yeah. But last year, as I mentioned, this was exception, because media, these propaganda media, were full of distorted facts, manipulation of history, manipulation about the war in Ukraine. Yeah. Saying at the beginning, this is a special military operation. This was like a reflection of the narratives from Kremlin. This was really a reflection of these narratives. And the logical step was taken by our regulator, by National Electronic Mass Media Council, that they actually, during the course of the year, they restricted all Russian propaganda media channels and a lot of web pages as well. Yeah, but of course this was done due to on several legal grounds, due to violations of Latvian electronic mass media law, which prohibits also the incitement to violence, incitement to war, incitement to ethnic hatred, yeah. Then as well due to violations of Audiovisual Media Services Directive, and due to violations of sanctions imposed by EU And if you look at the reasoning behind, yeah, then the council, the regulator, also used this criteria set out in the case law by Strasbourg court, analyzing the legitimate aim, of course, and proportionality. And it must be said also that all of these decisions are administrative acts, then they could be appealed. Some of them also were appealed, and they are temporarily. If we look, let's say, once more at these decisions and the analysis of several broadcasts, yeah, then the broadcasts were, just to take one example, yeah, that in program Russia RTR, it was one episode, yeah. Among other things, the position is expressed that the Baltic countries is the territory of Russia, yeah. They are, of course, manipulating of facts and denigrating Western states and its policy in NATO. This is the narratives that we all know, yeah? And I quote, "The West and NATO have already come to Ukraine. They are already in the Baltics. But this is a territory of our country." This is a narrative taken from this one broadcast. Of course, as also the distinguished judge has pointed out, that freedom of expression is extremely important right in the democratic society, and as all human rights lawyers know, that it also refers to expressions that shock and disturb certain part of the society. It really shocked, yeah, but I would say in a very negative sense. It shocked in a very negative sense. And what also European Court of Human Rights says, that the freedom of expression doesn't refer also to information that incites to hatred and to violence, and these were really the cases. And it was also stated in several EU documents, like, for example, European Council document from last year, 1st of March, a regulation that Russia has engaged in a systematic media and media manipulation and distortion of facts in order to divide the civil societies in neighboring countries, and in order to undermine also democratic institutions. But since this was really a shock, and the massive closures of these, I would say, media channels, yeah, propaganda media channels, the Ombudsman met with management of regulator. We discussed these issues, let's say, to see really this reasoning behind, and also to discuss the prospects in the future, yeah, how to, let's say, to provide pluralistic media scene, including also in Russian language.
Thank you. And I want to come back maybe to the panel in a little while about how we define and think about propaganda. CPJ raised its concerns at the time around the cancellation of TV Rain's license, and I think that's something I'd like to tease out in the panel. While we're on the subject of regulation, I'd like to turn to you. Carlos Aguilar Paredes is the Vice President of the ERGA, a board member of the National Authority for Competition and Markets. And I just want to talk to you about what is the European Regulators Group for Audiovisual Media Services? What do you do? And more importantly, what are the legal tools that are available to regulators to enable them to deal with these kinds of issues?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the Latvian Presidency for having us, and just to invite the European regulators to include in this discussion. And the launch of the ERGA was established in 2014 by the European Commission, as it consists of the national independent regulatory bodies in the field of the audiovisual services in the European Union, and has three main tasks. The first one is advise and assist the Commission to ensure the consistent implementation of the Audiovisual Media Service Directive. and advise them in other matters related with the audiovisual media services. The second one is to facilitate the cooperation between the regulatory bodies. And the third one is allow to the change of best practices among the members of these authorities. We have, in these long years, we established a year program just to follow all the issues of the topics related to the media services, the new legislation, and to follow topics as media literacy, disinformation in this work, in this continuous work. No, you can find all of it. And finally, in our advisory task, we have provided views in the last European legislative initiatives that have impacted media, as the revision of the Audiovisual Media Services Directive or the Digital Service Act. And now, as many of you, we are been working intensively in promote some amendments in the future European Media Freedom Act. No? So, okay. Sorry. And related to the second question, I will try to go shortly to the point because it's very difficult after the intervention of the keynotes of the judge and the previous to add very few things. But it's absolutely clear that freedom of expression is one of the pillars of the democracy. But at the same time, we cannot forget that the democracy is also based on the respect of the broad of fundamental values. And unfortunately, in the current audiovisual environment, these different fundamental pillars often come into conflict. And this is especially the case where someone claims to the freedom of expression for deliberate use it to undermine some of these fundamental rights. And that happens especially in times of crisis. When the right of speech is perverted to deliberately and systematically violate the right of the citizens to receive the truth information, or to incentive to hatred or violence, or to attack systematically groups, could be journalists or another one, that highlights the need for mechanisms to limit the scope of these deliberate actions. Although these mechanisms can be considered in the same way a restriction of freedom of expression, the action of regulator when applying these different pieces of law cannot be measures ever against the freedom of information or against the possibility of journalists to carry out their work freely. On the contrary, it should be served to highlight those best practices in front of the harmful content to allow the citizens to receive the necessary information from all possible perspectives to allow them to take informed decisions. The Audiovisual Media Service Directive clearly indicates that the application of the rule relating to the restriction and the supervision of the freedom of expression has an exclusive national scope. So allow me to focus on those elements that are common and will involve different countries that can contain some restriction of this freedom of expression in the Audiovisual Media Services and in the Digital Service Act. Under the Audiovisual Media Service Directive, a member state may provisionally restrict the retransmission on its territory of an audiovisual media service provided by under the jurisdiction of another member state. And that is in a very, very few occasions, when is a serious and grave risk or prejudice the public security, including the safeguard of national security and defense. And in this decision involves the intervention of ERGA as an advisory body and of the Commission as guarantor of the measures taken by the member state that are compatible with the union law. And this is very exceptional procedure that includes several guarantees. I will not come in. But I would like to remark two reflections about this forecast. The first one is that the narratives that establish the crisis situation are not abruptly. Then, as supervisors, we need to make constant supervision and take decisions if it's needed in order to sanction a broadcast system or any other media, and in order to be strained decisions that not only apply on crisis situation, even in the day. And the second is related on the limited capacity of this provision, just to to accomplish the goal that is pursued. Because in the actual digital space, there are different channels where the information arrives to the people. And that gives me to the Digital Service Act and the future ENFA. And just to summarize, the Digital Service Act has, in summarized, two provisions. The one is that the very large online platform must implement measures to identify and mitigate systematic risk. And on the other side, when there is a crisis situation, the Commission, acting upon the recommendation of the European body or digital services, can adopt a decision requiring one or more providers of very large online platforms or a very large online search engines to take some actions. And in terms of the basic elements that come in conflict or can come in conflict with the freedom of expression, these procedures might involve the moderation of contents or the modification of the algorithmic systems. And to finalize this first intervention, in this case, we have, with all the necessary precautions and respect to the rights freedom included in both laws, it's true that they have provided regulation and mechanisms that limit the free circulation of content. That is a reality. And as regulator, we have a special responsibility on their application.
Thank you. It strikes me that national security does a lot of heavy lifting and a lot of this regulation and legislation, and something that perhaps we can come back to in discussions. I want to turn now to Tuija Saresma, professor at the University of Jyväskylä in Finland. I want to move away a little bit from the legal framework, the regulatory framework, and to step back a little and wonder if you can talk to us about stochastic violence. In other words, the relationship between cause and effect in the context of hate speech, and what specific issues that gives rise to in a situation of conflict and war.
Thank you. So already on, right. Good morning. It's great to be here, even the topic is quite not so nice. But I'm enjoying the conversation already. So I would first like to emphasize that hate speech is a societal problem as well as a legal one. So yes, I hope we can come back to that maybe later. So hate speech is harmful because this has been agreed generally, that it threatens equality, personal dignity and security. So it threatens security as well. It endangers the rights of various minorities to non-discrimination. And most importantly for today, it endangers freedom of speech, democracy and the rule of law. So it has negative consequences for both individuals and the whole society. It affects communication and information, politics, the work of professionals, and freedom of speech, which is, of course, a pillar of democratic society. And in our research, we have focused on the hate speech that politicians get, that they are the targets of, but also politicians use hate speech. And as we heard yesterday, there are actually open attacks against journalists, for example, from a very high political level. That was in Latvia, I think, but that happens in Finland as well, and Finland is where I come from. Also a member state, a neighbor of Russia, but in a quite different situation than well, obviously Ukraine and also Latvia. But when politicians use hate speech, it becomes especially harmful because politicians, of course, occupy an influential position and status. They have wide distribution networks, and their persona gives credibility to their message. And here is when I come to stochastic violence. In our research, we suggest that social media texts that are interpreted as hate speech should perhaps be analyzed as a form of stochastic violence. And stochastic violence is something that positions the creators of hate speech actually as innocent and in that way restrain any criticism towards the hate speech producers while intentionally violating their targets. And in our case, we studied the media texts, the tweets and blog texts by the former President Donald Trump and the former chair of the Finns party, Jussi Halla-aho, who is now the Speaker of the Finnish Parliament and running for presidency in next year elections. So hate speech can get people very high in political hierarchy, and that is what has been happening in Finland, for example. So what is actually stochastic violence? It refers to the simultaneously predictable and unpredictable nature of violent speech and its consequences. And so there is a sort of conscious employment of stochastic violence that may or may not inspire small cells, for example, to terrorist actions, these so-called lone wolves, but we don't know when and where, so it's really unpredictable. So we are not arguing that there is a direct link between racist ideas, right-wing parties in parliament, and acts of terrorism, but we say that the normalization of racist discourse, for example, or othering discourse when people are creating enemies, it will open the door and it will legitimize the ideas behind acts of violence. So it's not just words, but words can incite to violence.
And in other words, it doesn't necessarily matter whether the speaker intended to incite violence. That may happen anyway as a result of certain kinds of language and words, and therefore understanding what those words are in what context may create the conditions for being able to limit that language. Is that right?
Exactly, yes. We don't know what will happen, but we know that something will happen when we use violent language and when we incite people to.
Because obviously a lot of the current legislation in many countries relates to people's intention, but this would be something different, which may come back to the question of what constitutes propaganda and where you might limit certain kinds of organizations. We'll come back to that, I think. I want to come to platforms, which have had quite an easy ride the last 2 days, which is unusual. Let's change that, Aliska. Aliska Perkova is the European Senior Policy Analyst and Global Freedom of Expression Lead at CPJ Friends Access Now. I want to ask you about internet content governance in 4 minutes. What does that look like in times of crisis or war now, and how do you get towards a principled approach to content governance that kind of marries these questions that we've been talking about?
Thank you for a great question. Good morning, everyone. So Access Now is a global human rights organization that defends human rights on internet, which gives us extraordinary position to be able to monitor several world regions and compare the situation and finding common patterns among the countries. And when we speak about freedom of expression or more general international human rights law in times of war, I want to assure everyone, and this is obvious to everyone, that the law still applies. And even though freedom of expression is not absolute right, international human rights law, as well as international humanitarian law that kicks in such situations, have quite strict rules in place how to actually regulate free speech, either online or offline. What we see and witness in the field, either from the private actors, but equally from states, is how the terms such as disinformation, propaganda of war, incitement to violence being often blurred and mixed up, and different legislative or even platform-level responses then being applicable in a disproportionate manner. Of course, disinformation is not the same type of the content as propaganda of war, which is actually the part of Article 20 in the ICCPR, so the type of content or type of speech act where the last resort measures are applicable similarly as incitement to violence, hostility, or discrimination. But during my first intervention, I would like to quickly elaborate on a few cases that we see when it comes to time of war and how online platforms are being used or misused by actors in these conflicts. And maybe in my second intervention, we can look at the response of platforms and where we see the gaps and often ongoing negligence in different situations of crisis around the world. So first and foremost, we often see how different military operations try to use platforms to advance their military objectives through the spread of different false information, which to some extent under international humanitarian law can be understandable, but not under circumstances if such information could impose incidental harm to civilians. And I can give you a concrete example. In 2021, the Israeli military forces successfully misinformed also journalists and known famous journalist platforms such as New York Times about their intended invasion of Gaza, and started contacting journalists saying, you have to warn civilian population. In reality, this invasion never happened. It was just one way how to actually achieve military objective against the adversary, which can have catastrophic consequences for the civilians living in that area. Another example could be the spread of information with the intent to terrorize civilians on the ground. And we see that all over again happening, even though some of those cases are rather blurry. One example could be, for instance, to some extent at least, the threats of the Russian invaders in Ukraine to, in one way or another, endanger the security and the stability of nuclear power plants on the Ukrainian territory. Another example could be to disclosing the information about the civilian houses in the occupied territories by Israeli military forces on Facebook that we also monitored, and this is something that does happen on a relatively regularly basis. Now, another example could be also the publishing information about the forced displacement of civilians. A number of different parties to military conflicts around the world often do that, even though under the rules regulating non-international armed conflicts within the international humanitarian law, this is actually not allowed. This is done with the intention to actually move whole entire parts of population and create that threat of danger in order to, again, advance military goals. One of things that became much more visible during the illegal invasion of Ukraine was, for instance, the content depicting the prisoners of war that we saw gradually spreading on platforms such as Meta, but also other social media platforms. We also saw platforms rushing into changing their content moderation policies in order to capture this type of content and starting interpreting the very complex rules of international humanitarian law themselves. And we're always very cautious when we see private actors doing that with not sufficient public scrutiny and understanding how these terms and conditions are actually being adapted. And also a number of other examples that directly can actually put people in danger, and one very obvious, of course, incitement to genocide, which is prohibited under international public law. Myanmar is a very typical example, but we see similar developments in other parts of the world too, including, for instance, Ethiopia, and also incitement to violence, hostility, and other clearly illegal type of online content or speech acts in general where international human rights law offer sufficient guidance how to proceed. These are just a couple of examples to see how complex this situation can be and how many different legal fields we have interacting in this area, and where platforms often have to navigate, but also where platforms are, in most of the cases, last resort and access to adequate information for civilians and often to journalists as well.
That's really helpful. And I think one of the challenges clearly is, even if you could identify, say, the governments as engaging in this, by the time it's being dispersed on platforms, there's all sorts of other players disseminating that information, from individuals to broadcasters to freelance journalists and others, and the challenge of identifying who is doing the dissemination and how to tackle them, which is clearly why often states resort to just simply pulling the plug on the internet altogether. I'm going to encourage the audience to start thinking about questions. I'm presuming we have a microphone somewhere, because I do want to ensure that you have a chance to ask your questions. I'm going to come back to you, Julia, to talk about what role the Secretariat of the Ukrainian Parliamentary Commissioner for Human Rights can play in protecting media freedoms, particularly at this moment. We heard yesterday from Olga about the challenges that she faced in having not only to deal with kind of what's happening just to cover war in your country, but also to make sure that she can continue to report freely. What role does the Human Rights Commissioner play in managing all of that?
Thank you for your questions. The Office of the Ombudsman did not stop its work for a single day during the full-scale invasion. In the prism of journalist activities, the Ombudsman of Ukraine receives a significant number of appeals from journalists concerning rights violation. During this period of the war, 481 appeals were received from journalists and media workers, 4 of which were about violation of the rights to freedom of thought and speech. According to appeals of this category, 2 criminal proceedings were initiated in response. All others relate to the protection of personal data of citizens, the exercise of the right to appeal on the timely receipt of public and social important information in wartime conditions. Among the successful cases, we can mention the case when we renewed the rights of a news agency journalist to receive public information about the salaries of the ministry's management staff. With our assistance, the ministry re-examined 30 requests of the journalist and provided information in full. We can also tell about the case when, with the assistance of the Commissioner's Secretariat, the right of access to public information was restored to the journalist regarding the depersonalized list of vehicles imported and registered in Ukraine through customs points during the war. The institution of the Ombudsman should not be a bureaucratic institution, but a place where journalists feel respected and protected, where they are heard and helped in solving their problems. Often the Ombudsman is the last hope for help, and we have no right to waste this hope. Thank you.
Thank you. I like to hear the words respected and protected. I have a number of questions for the rest of the panel, but I don't know if anyone in the audience has a particular question. Right at the back, there's 2 questions there. Let's take these 2 at the back together.
Which one? Yes. My name is Peter Norlander. I currently run Reporter Shield, if anybody has questions about that. My question is about the rule of law in all of this, and it's directed at Judge Mitz, I think, who mentioned the case of Gapanenko versus Latvia. Now, what happened in that case was Mr. Gapanenko, who is a pro-Kremlin, very unpleasant, thoroughly nasty piece of work, I'm sure, posted on Facebook a series of posts which were, pro-Russian and inflammatory, although they were not inflammatory to the point of being hate speech, as the court itself points out in its decision. What happened, though, is after he posted these posts on Facebook, he was put in pre-trial detention. He wasn't convicted of anything, but he was put in prison for 4 months on the basis that he might have committed a criminal offense. That was in 2018. He spent 4 months in prison on the basis that he might, that he should be prevented from accessing Facebook and posting further messages. So it was basically, he was put there preventatively to make sure that he wasn't going to be able to access the internet again, because whilst in prison, he didn't have access to the internet. In August, 4 months after he'd been put in prison, a judge ruled that, yeah, there was no longer a risk of him posting further messages on Facebook, and so he was released. So he'd spent 4 months in prison on the basis that he might have committed a criminal offense. He was never actually convicted of committing a criminal offense.
You need to ask a question.
Yeah. My question is, how is that compatible with the rule of law? Because he wasn't convicted of a criminal offense. He was just put in prison on the basis that he might have committed a criminal offense. Is that where we draw the line in these situations?
Thank you. And there's a question in front of you. We'll take that one too.
Thank you. I will be really short. So we know that when revealing state-sponsored violence or state crimes, the line between being seen as a hero or being seen as a streeter is really thin. And I was wondering what was your opinion on the extradition of journalists or other media actors from Europe to other countries where they could face political prosecution, arbitrary detention, torture, etc. As this can have an important chilling effect on those who want to reveal states' criminality worldwide. Do you think the member states of the Council of Europe has responsibility in the legal protection of journalists worldwide, with who they have a jurisdiction link, especially for non-national that publish informations from the European territory? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Judge Mitz, can you take the rule of law question, and then perhaps we can also bring in some of the other panelists on the other questions.
Is it on? Yeah. So I think you already started answering yourself the question. We simply have to give more and more details of the case. And basically all of them are in the decision. But European Court of Human Rights does not act as a fourth instance. You know, it doesn't say what was right, what was wrong. It works on the basis of reasons of decisions of the domestic authorities. That's what we scrutinize in that case. And so. Just one more nuance about this particular case to say, and without going into more detail, is that there was another charge brought against the applicant concerning conspiracy against the independence of Latvia by cooperating with foreign services of another country, which in that case was Russia. But of course, you are right pointing out that if the consequences of what the person writes is putting in pretrial detention, sort of a preventive, that per se is a problem. But in this specific case, actually the domestic authorities were also arguing that the less severe measure would not be appropriate, because this is through this way how the crimes, which apparently are very serious, are being committed, and that was the way how to also stop them. And for the court, in the very specific circumstances, in view of the background and in view what the person was writing and what was how sensitive the situation was in Latvia, that was acceptable. But this is a very very fine balance that has to be made. And besides, there's another application concerning, by the same applicant, concerning the conviction. Yeah, so this case dealt only with pretrial detention of the person.
But in this case, right, when we're talking about restricting media, cancelling someone's license, putting them in detention, I think where we're getting to is necessarily that needs to have the highest levels of, you need to be able to prove the highest levels of threat for that to be acceptable, right? You can't just sort of allege that there might potentially, possibly, in some future instance that you can't really, you know, I think part of what we're getting to here is that a lot of governments use quite vague, quite broad national security laws to restrict people's rights in these instances?
You're absolutely right. The whole point is that I was also trying to convey is that we don't need to invent new principles. We have to work on the basis of the principles, but we have to be aware of the situation, put them into the context of the particular context. And of course, we have huge case law in the European Court of Human Rights where, exactly as you say, the concepts of state security, public order are used somewhat indiscriminately in a very easy way with the consequences which are very far-reaching for the freedom of expression. Therefore, this is really, we have to be aware how serious indeed is the threat to public security.
And I just want to build on that and bring Christina in from the Ombudsman's perspective, and we'll come back to the extradition question in a second, is how then from the Ombudsman's perspective are you balancing those considerations around the need for very specific, clear guidance on what constitutes a threat to national security and so on, with an ability to report freely?
Yeah, as it was already mentioned, the context is extremely important. Of course, also in times of war, in times of conflict, the rule of law and the rule of law applies as well, of course, yeah. And there is several sections in Latvian criminal law regarding the incitement to ethnic hatred and justifying and glorifying of war crimes. This I would just in some sentences elaborate that somehow there is a link between what I'm saying now and between and my previous intervention. Because there is, and it comes from several studies, really from many studies, that there is about situation in Latvia, that there is a clear link between this consumption of propaganda media for many years and support of Russian invasion in Ukraine, clear support. From some individuals, and also afterwards justifying of war crimes. This is something terrifying, yeah? And let's say to punish these expressions that are not within the limits of freedom of expression, that justify, glorify, deny the war crimes. This is not only in Latvian criminal law, this is of course according to EU framework decision from 2008, that all states should punish such expressions. And actually, during the course of war, we experienced that there are many expressions, yeah, justifying war crimes in this is mainly in social networks, yeah, in Facebook or Meta and TikTok and YouTube, yeah, and we were asked, several criminal investigations have been started regarding these issues, and since this freedom of expression is a very important right, we were also in several cases asked from law enforcement authorities to give our conclusion, let's say, regarding these cases. And what we used analyzing these expressions, we used also the well-established criteria in European Court of Human Rights case law and Rabat criteria and ECRI criteria, which are quite similar. And of course, this content is extremely important, and also the persons who express the particular comments, personality, yeah, and we saw, let's say, expressions from ordinary people, so if I may say so, yeah, that are regarding Ukrainians, regarding also Latvians, that they need the same, let's say, destiny as Ukrainians, and also expressions coming from community leaders, so to say, which are very, very powerful because they influence the audience, yeah. And in several cases we saw also that the audience is many thousands, and they involve in this discussion. They also comment, yeah, okay, let's invade, and so, and let's eliminate
which
all
was Tuya's point about the power of an individual,
yeah,
and the position that they have. And I know, of course, that you mentioned glorification, and I know that while there is law concerning glorification or outlawing glorification of war or terrorism in much of Europe, that there is some international concern about that as to whether that should be something that we outlaw. I want to ask, I don't know whether Tuya or Liska, you want to talk about this extradition question. It's slightly separate. Or we can come back to that. I mean, it's clearly an issue for, I think, the Council of Europe states that not to be seen to be enabling suppressors outside of the Council of Europe, but maybe we can come back to that in a second. There's a question at the back on my left, up here, and then we'll come down here.
Thank you. David Blencathra, United Kingdom. We are sitting here in these comfortable surroundings as lawyers, journalists, politicians, and we're not under any threat. But Ukraine is. Ukraine is fighting for its very existence. And if it loses the war, there will be genocide, and hundreds of thousands will be killed. So could I get the panel back onto what is supposed to be the subject of this discussion, media freedom in times of war? And with respect, it's not about hate speech in Finland or individuals in Latvia being arrested, but it's about the role of the media in, for example, Ukraine, in telling the truth or aiding the military power to help win the war. To give an example, the independent BBC during the Second World War worked hand in glove with the government to make sure that the truth was told, but not necessarily in real time, some days later. We would never have liberated Europe in 1945 if the media revealed the date and time and place of the Normandy landings. So would the panel therefore agree that in the situation in Ukraine, the media must control their demand for complete freedom of truth immediately and cooperate with the government to make sure that at the current moment that genocide does not take place and they actually are successful, and then the details can come out later about the military operations?
Thank you, David, for your question. Actually, the title of this session is Legal Limitations on Freedom of Expression in Times of Conflict and War. Yesterday's panel was more focused on the role of the media in times of war. We're looking specifically around what international law and national law can and should do around the role of the media. And I'm sure Julia may talk a little more about the ability of the government, or whether or not the government should require the media to do anything in terms of coverage. And we'll come to that after a question here.
Thank you very much, Jody. William Horsley again. I'd like the panel of Judge Mitz and perhaps Professor Smith to give us clarity on the action of the European Union very quickly after the invasion to do a blanket ban on Russian, those Sputnik and RT in particular. I think people are still confused. There's two issues. There's the one of principle, was it the right decision, was it justified, but also that of process, because it was in effect an executive decision. Due process, one could say, was not followed, and indeed some member states were obliged to remove that option to their listeners simply because of executive decisions in Brussels. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Thank you for raising that. I know it came up in yesterday's panel briefly as well. Judge Mitch, do you want to take the first question? Maybe Carlos as well. We can bring you in on the question of blanket bans on certain media, and Eliska too. You start, yeah.
just on the last question, all I can say is that indeed the European Union imposed sanctions against 2 TV channels, and then a number of EU member states, as well as non-EU member states, have taken more steps with respect to more Russian TV channels. The European Court of Human Rights, which is not EU court, but Council of Europe institution dealing with 46 member states, have not dealt with such a case, but potentially, probably it might come up before the court, so I can say no more about this.
Carlos, do you want to talk a little bit about that from a regulatory perspective and the role of regulators in whether or not they should and could introduce blanket bans on certain kinds of media outlets, and then we'll come to Eliska.
Yeah, thank you. But, I will, to be short, I will focus on 3 points. There is, as we're talking, a balance, especially in crisis time, where need to be in one side the freedom and another side the respect of the other values. And as regulator, we throw that the coming emphasis is a piece that is going to help in 2 ways. The first one is to strengthen the capacity of the freedom of the journalists in terms of editorial capacity. And the second one is related to the provisions of the directive, just to address it to the capacity of platforms to ban contents, and it's around the proposal of the Article 17 in the European Media Freedom Act. And we, as FERGA, has made several amendments of this provision, trying to improve that, because we really believe that it's very important that exists this media exception, but we need to be sure that these ones that are selected as media with consistent editorial standards are well defined, that are well selected. And on the other hand, we need to be sure that the platforms cannot decide to restrict this application of to be this kind of media. And we are proposing the intervention in some way of authorities, regulatory authorities, to support that. This is one of that. The other one is related at several things that have been said, that the ERGA has been working hard in definition of what is the disinformation since 2018. And in several cases, we have worked, we have been claimed by the European Commission and other, for instance, in time on COVID. And of course, after the aggression and invasion of Russia to Ukraine, just in order to establish and to understand how work these narratives of misinformation and how these ones are disseminated. And because this is the base, and a common understanding on that is a base in the Union for that the older regulators can apply that any sanctions that can be imagined or that can contain the law, but in a consistent way. And we have made several reports about things that look like easy, but it's not so as the definition of what is misinformation or what is not. And yes, relating to one of the questions that have been made, the Audiovisual Media Directive and the Digital Service Act give a very important role to auto-anchor regulatory. So auto-anchor regulation, you know, and it's in these points with the media and platform have to take these provisions and what will they do in different situations. And then I mean that it can or has to include crisis situation and war situation. And this is a decision that has been taken by the own media, which cannot be imposed. But it's a different way. And as a regulators, and we have the capacity to impulse or in some way supervise these codes. And then I think that we can help. We cannot do it, but we can help to address in the correct direction. And I want to make a last remark about the paper of the regulator, as we have several of us have the capacity to impulse the media literacy around the countries. And I mean it's not directly related right now, But in this context where the true information and the disinformation is fighting, especially when there is no time because of crisis time, is very, very, very important that we can establish a mechanism for good media literacy in our society, especially in the young.
Yeah, and I know that a couple of people have mentioned in various panels this question of media literacy, and I think it will be interesting to see how, in the context of safety of journalists, the Council of Europe and others take that forward. Aliska, you want to come in?
I also would like to say a few points on the ban regarding RT and Sputnik in the EU. The ban does not concern only the traditional media, but also online space, because it concerns broadcasting, for instance, audiovisual content. And we actually took quite some stand on this ban, and in principle, again, given if this ban concerns only the propaganda of war, we understood the European legislators why they actually arrived to the decision, but we would like to see more public scrutiny in the decision-making process. For instance, allowing European Parliament to also has its say on whether such a ban should be applicable. What remains, however, unclear is the enforcement and implementation of the ban, because in theory, the way how it's being enforced, it ultimately will lead probably to general monitoring, which means all the content being posted on the platform is being scanned by automated technology in order to detect what content can potentially fulfill that criteria within the ban, and that is prohibited. That is prohibited within the Digital Services Act and previously through the e-commerce directive. What is more worrisome is that to this date we were not able to obtain any solid data about the enforcement of the ban, and CPJ led excellent freedom of information request that we chipped in, and we did not get sufficient information. We think that this information probably lie mainly with the national regulators, who are much better equipped to actually enforce such ban, which would be, of course, a very burdensome activity now to go through each member state and try to figure out how it's being enforced. So principally, yes, its enforcement is highly problematic from the international human rights law viewpoint. And one more thing that I'll quickly add, yes, framework decision does serve as a legal basis for many legislative acts or co-regulatory acts in the EU, especially those that combat illegal forms of hate speech. I would have a question whether that framework decision would meet the threshold of rapid plan of action nowadays, or also the test of international human rights law. And there is a lot of critique also around the terms such as glorification of terrorism, that due to its vagueness, it can actually lead to disproportionate impact and does not meet the criteria of proportionality and necessity. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know Tuija has some thoughts about how we can kind of have a more nuanced approach to hate speech, which I'm going to ask you about in 1 second, but I want to make sure that we address this question of the relationship and the role of the media in supporting national government in times of crisis. And maybe, Yulia, you could help us think through how the Commissioner helps to balance those things effectively. And I know perhaps you might want a translation.
Thank you for your questions. Офіс уповноваженого підтримує діяльність, звичайно, і здійснює парламентський контроль за органами державної влади місцевого самоврядування. Що не так? І в цьому випадку дійсно роль медіа дуже висока, і ми цінуємо саме уповноважений, велику роль приділяє саме і звертає увагу на діяльність медіа в Україні.
I'm going to let you pause there for your translator.
So the Commissioner plays an important role in monitoring the observance of the rights of media and journalists in Ukraine, and he also supports very much the role and the work of media during these hard times of war in Ukraine. And he also makes everything possible. So the commissioner itself, as the office, makes everything possible to maintain the work of journalists and to highlight what are the problems and how to cope with this, with all these problems, and trying to initiate different work to ensure their safeness regarding these difficult times. Thank you.
And just to add to that, does that mean that the Ombudsman can limit any government's overreach? So you mentioned, for example, that you were able to persuade the ministry to release salaries, for example. Does the Ombudsman have power to push back against the government if they try and limit what the Ukrainian media can do?
Я відповім українською, пані Мар'яна перекладе. Уповноважений захищає права журналістів і ні в якому випадку він не обмежує діяльність журналістську. Ми захищаємо права всіх громадян України і журналістів, відповідно. І в цьому випадку уповноважений не ставить певні умови. Уповноважений здійснює парламентський контроль за органами державної влади, місцевого самоврядування і захищає права громадян.
So basically, the commissioner does the parliamentary control over the observance of the rights of human rights, basically, and also as the rights of the journalists. So he does not limit probably the government's. Not the government, but whenever. So basically, the commissioner protects the rights. So whenever there is a violation, regardless of any governmental institution or a non-governmental institution, the commissioner, his main role as an institution to protect the rights of anyone. So it doesn't mean. So whenever there is government but violates the rights of journalists, he will protect.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's two big questions that I want to ask before we wrap up. The first two relates to this question of how to address hate speech. We've already talked about various different kinds, including all the way up to glorification of terrorism, incitement, so on. You, I think, advocate a more nuanced approach to how we think about addressing it. Can you talk us through a little bit what that looks like?
I would be happy to. So yes, I do emphasize that it is not actually only the illegal or like criminal hate speech that is dangerous, but I mean all kinds of hate speech actually, and the concept of hate speech is a difficult one. As we know how to define it in the law and how to define it in general language, and we have thought that maybe it should be like we should not always talk about hate speech because it's not always hatred that is behind that, or it's not always like angry speech. It can be very rational. The tone of it can be something else than hatred, but it can still be really harmful and it can really incite people to violent action. So it could be talked as dangerous speech or extreme speech, but it's not always extreme either. Harmful speech, yes, it is harmful, that we know. I have lately come to think of the concept of toxic speech as a good one because it kind of describes how the speech that would not perhaps be violent in small doses will eventually, when you're exposed to it, like month after month, year after year, like many journalists, for example, do, especially women journalists that get a lot of hate speech or toxic speech online, for example, it really accumulates and then it can be like really, it can have really bad consequences for people. So yes, I think, and when it comes to war and what we should be talking about in this panel, I think that yes, it's really important to talk about the situation in Ukraine, but we also have to acknowledge that there is usually hate speech that precedes war. There is this black painting of the sort of enemy, that the ones that are constructed as enemy, and we construct this enemy who must be destroyed, or they will destroy us. So propaganda always precedes war, and hate speech always precedes war. So I think that we should be really careful about what's happening at the moment. Like say in Finland, that is a strong democracy. We need to keep that going. We need to nourish the sort of environment that allows for multiplicity of voices and opinions and free speech and freedom of expression, because as we are now hearing the voices that try to keep, for example, researchers and journalists silent about certain topics, and we are there already heading towards something really bad. So I think that it's not just the illegal speech that should be, that we should be afraid of, but all kinds of speech that is aimed at harming at certain, for example, minorities. We need to be really careful.
But would you be advocating then to make that currently illegal, harmful speech illegal, or addressing it in a different way?
There must be many ways to tackle this. I mean, law is one of the things, but also we need, as we have been talking about media education, and yesterday I was discussing actually with with someone from the Finnish embassy, that it's not just media education as such, but we need social media education. So we haven't had that much, and that is because it is the social media environment that is really circulating most of hate speech, and TikTok was mentioned, Instagram, even Telegram, Twitter. So we need to educate people to discuss there, and we need to have more research. Obviously, I would say that because I'm a researcher, but we need to have measures have to be taken in local and national and European level. So. But it's really hard to say what to do, actually.
But the social media point brings us nicely to Aliska. I think one of the challenges that we've seen in recent years is that when we've come to the limits of legislation, often legislators and regulators turn to social media companies to sort of magically fix a societal problem. Can you talk to us about some of the ways in which you think, from Access Now's position, we ought to be thinking about the role of platforms and perhaps the role of community content moderation as a potential solution?
Absolutely. So I'm going to use the word which I think will be understandable, but I will explain in a minute what I mean. And there is an interesting shift also in the response of platforms, which is motivated pretty much by the shift within the way how lawmakers are responding to these different societal phenomena, such as hate speech. And I'm very happy that you mentioned the silencing impact on marginalized groups, because that's a major issue that prevents them from participating in public discourse. So we now have the modern legislation in the EU that actually directly poses obligations on platforms. We call them due diligence obligations, and they've been around for the longest time. And these obligations are actually regulating platform systems and processes, how they respond to online hate speech or other categories of illegal content, but also the content that is still legal, but potentially harmful, such as disinformation. And these due diligence obligations focus on forcing platforms to assess the risks that stems from their systems and processes, which is, by the way, incredibly essential also in times of crisis, and we constantly demand heightened due diligence from platforms even before the conflict happens. Because platforms operate in the market for a while, they usually see the first sign of escalation of crisis, and still they are very negligent and seem to be very surprised when the crisis or the war reaches its peak and acts when it's often too late. These risk assessment measures are now mandatory for very large online platforms, so for big tech companies, and they capture the risks to fundamental rights, freedom of expressions, but not only, also discrimination and other societal risks. Then there is an importance of independent stakeholder engagement. So platforms need to speak to those who know the field, who represent marginalized groups that are often target of hate speech or propaganda or war or historically oppressed groups, but also those, for instance, who do know who are independent media, who are reliable sources in the country, who they need to work with. And these systems have to be formalized and they have to exist, again, a long time in advance before the crisis escalates. So rather than going after concrete categories of content and forcing platforms to filter and use more automated decision-making processes that will always do mistakes and have negative impact on fundamental rights, we need to actually find the evidence-based approach to answering to these different societal phenomena during or before crisis or in times of peace. And for that, maybe the one last point that I would make, we see a lot of negligence in platforms' responses, especially in the countries of global majority, where they do not invest into content moderation properly, where they don't have enough content moderators trained in the local languages, or those who would have a proper understanding of national context. And this is the issue that civil society has documented for decades now, and we still don't see satisfying response. In some countries, in some cases, we see the progress, but we are far from the ideal situation. And here, in order to have that evidence-based approach and in order to really have that causal link between incitement to violence and the real-time, real-life violence, we need access to data. We need to understand what happens on the platforms, and we cannot rely on voluntary disclosure of those data whenever they feel there is too much public pressure on them to actually say something. That also exists, that legal obligation now within the EU, but that can actually help us to understand better how this information spread, how it's being disseminated, who are those bad actors who often stand behind organized disinformation campaigns, and this way we can then tailor adequate responses either at the platform level and have that public scrutiny or at the state level. So very shortly and very quickly, this would be probably the right way to go. And I'm not sure whether I still have time, I probably don't, but maybe one last thing that I would like to mention. Access now runs the digital security helpline that is available 24/7. And we also help journalists. We recently published the investigation on the use of Pegasus spyware against the founder and CEO of Medusa media platform. And we do this investigation in support with our partner. Don't hesitate to reach out. There is someone available 24/7 if you find yourself in a situation where you need help.
Thank you. So our panel, which has covered a lot of things, is looking at legal limitations on media freedom in times of conflict and war. And I think one of the things that's very clear is there are still quite a lot of gaps in our knowledge and understanding, both in the language that is a precursor to conflict and war and how to address it in a way that is proportional and legitimate, that there is perhaps still some limitations around the case law in this, and some challenges for the regulators, I think, in being able to address this in a proportionate and legitimate way. One of the things I think from our perspective at the Committee to Protect Journalists is certainly this question around Article 20 and propaganda for war is an area that I think we could benefit from more research and guidance, and that would help legislators and jurisprudence in understanding the decisions and clarifying the decisions that states make and indeed platforms make in restricting content. So a lot of work for the Council of Europe as you begin this campaign for the safety of journalists. This is really an important part of the ecosystem. I know it says in your agendas that we'll break at 1:45, but given that I know a number of people have enjoyed the coffee breaks and the time to actually interact with colleagues, we will break now and we'll come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, all right. Thank you for taking your seats swiftly. Okay. Welcome back. I think the panel in the morning identified gaps in our knowledge and raised the type of questions we need to focus on more urgently, which is exactly what panels like these are meant to do. Our next panel, our final panel, explores resilience to information, what stronger independent media can do, and will be moderated by Viktor Makarovs, Special Envoy on Digital Issues at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Latvia, Vice Chair of the former Council of Europe Committee of Experts on Freedom of Expression and Digital Technologies. Mr. Makarovs, you take over.
Thank you very much, and welcome to this second panel. I think in many ways it will follow up on some of the discussions that we already heard during this conference. I will start by quoting from the one of the drafts, at least, of the key messages from this conference, which I was allowed to do by the organizers. And it says, empowering users through media and information literacy measures is essential for developing resilience to disinformation and countering manipulation of information. Now, I do not expect any of you in this room to disagree with that. So the point is probably not to take a vote on this, but rather go somewhat into more detail and see what the challenge of disinformation actually is today, and also in what ways specifically independent media can help deal with this challenge. To do that, we have 6 speakers today. I will start with from the very end, so to say. We have with us today Mélanie Lepoultier, who is Council of Europe Congress Rapporteur on Local and Regional Media. And Mélanie is also Mayor of Sommervieux, a town in the region of France where they produce Calvados, so very important. We have also with us today Eva Nenadic, who is Research Fellow at the European University Institute, Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom, and also you are at the European Digital Media Observatory. Andrew Moga, who is with us, who I understand had contributed that particular line that I just quoted. Andrew is Chief Executive at the News Media Coalition. We have with us also Adrien Eschen, who is Senior Policy Advisor at the Federal Office of Communications in Switzerland, and Adrien is also Chair of the Council of Europe Committee of Experts on the Integrity of Online Information. Elmar Svetis is head of the Riga office of the RFRL, and some of you may not know what RFRL is, so I'll spell it out: Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, but Elmar will tell you more about what that organization does. And before we hear from these panelists, we also have with us for a keynote speech Jānis Sārts, who is director of the NATO Strategic Communications Center of Excellence. And Jānis, we asked you when constructing this panel, designing this panel, to give us a brief overview of the landscape. What does it mean, disinformation? What does it mean? What are the risks? What is resilience to disinformation, and what do you think media can do to deal with that?
Well, thank you very much, and hello everyone who has the resilience to be staying here for the last panel of this conference. So you have at least one feature required to fight disinformation, and that is resilience. So to discuss what I've been asked to kind of paint the picture, I think first and foremost, it's really important to understand the overall context. First and foremost, to me, for context, it's important to understand that information space nowadays is a space of conflict. I might assume that for many of you, that's not the first idea that occurs when you look and think about the information space. But I will submit to you that there are quite a number of actors, namely Russia, China, and a few others, that actually both think about it this way, but also act in our own information space with this as a primary assumption. Are they the only actors in the information space that drive disinformation and influence campaigns? Of course not. There are many more actors, non-state actors, other state actors, sometimes the neighboring countries' actors that are putting these kinds of things into our own information environment. But I think the key premise for me, very, very important, is to recognize it's not amorph, it's not abstract. There are, in our information environment as we speak, people that wish harm to our societies, to our democracies, and actually are pursuing different strategies in the same information environment to reach that goal. Second, digitalization of the information environment. The importance of that cannot be overstated. In the good old days, in the information environment, media, traditional media, were in a driving seat. So they were, in a way, defining what's being discussed, what's actual, what's the debate about, and the pluralism and ethics and standards of that media also created and shaped the way information was flowing. This is no more. Media is in a back seat as one of the passengers trying to have the ride with the rest of the digital inhabitants of this space. And the logic, which as I've referred, was very important to the quality discourse in a democracy, has disappeared. It's attention economy these days. It's about algorithmic triggering. It's about ability to reach audiences. And I know that many of you know these circumstances where individual influencers have a reach far greater than some of the supposedly influential high-quality media. That's the reality of this environment. Third qualification of this is because, largely linked to the second, is that the logic of media market is disappearing. Not everywhere it's fully understood, but from the smaller markets like Latvia, where I would argue private media logic almost has disappeared, how to earn money as a business model, I think increasingly is getting everywhere. In this country, from the ad revenue that was typical way of creating a media market, 80% plus goes to Google and Meta, just two of the digital players. I think in the future it will be even more so. So actually the money to fight the disinformation is increasingly scarce, at least from a media perspective. On top of that, the big change is coming. We kind of thought that's all already changed, but the change that is coming is far more substantive, and that's incoming of the AI, generative AI. I think we've started to see bits and pieces of what it can do, like deep fakes that are democratic, easy to make, and extremely believable. At this point in time, the capability to generate anyone's voice in this panel with high accuracy and believability, without actually ability to detect, is it generated or is it authentic, is already here. So how would one, in election circumstances, deal with that reality? Not to mention that generative AI is fastly growing, and the the companies that are now developing these AI models believe that in 5 years, 90% of the internet content would be generated by AI. But think of it, 90% of what is where we consume information, where we take away what is the reality, is not going to be produced by humans, but by AI. So these are the kind of context situations that makes so much easier to put disinformation rather than fight it. But I think there are some quite important elements. First, the weight and the importance of journalism in this circumstance just grown. The trouble, of course, is, do we still have a credibility in societies into the journalists? We want to have it, at least someone that we have a beacon of orientation in an information environment. But frankly, I would say there are very few societies, at least in Europe, that I know of where it is still pretty much the case. In most other cases, it's starting to get affected. Second, journalists has to adapt. It has to adjust to the realities. So how do you keep up with all of this disinformation avalanche if you're like doing the investigation analysis in the way it was done 10 years ago? It is inconceivable you'll be able to keep up with the pace. So adjust, adapt, and use the same tools. Start using AI tools. Find a way how you can use AI for your own advantage. And the last piece, discussion with technology companies. We cannot deal with a problem of disinformation as it is right now without the discussion. And I'm increasingly more and more convinced that it's not anymore as much of a discussion with social media companies. We've tried for years, and we have a lot of data that they're really still neglected. But increasingly, we have to have that discussion with the companies that develop new generative AI tools. That is, I think, the shift that has happened. So there'll be many actors in current and tomorrow's information environment that will see that disinformation and influence campaigns is a very good tool to create chaos, to harm democratic nations and advance their interests. First, there'll be big pressures on equality of the information environment, and there'll be increasingly less ability of a human and a human brain to distinguish what is what in that information environment. And thus my point is, journalism is going to be really important, but under a lot of pressure. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis, for this very cheery and positive take on where we are now. We will come back to the actionable points, what has to be done in the next round. But let's start with the key point. And I do hope you will push back a little bit on Yanis' idea of you being backseat passengers who are losing money and are increasingly replaced by AI. Let's look at the key question here. What can media do? And I know two things will sort of I'll get pushback from you on two aspects. First, you represent very different parts of media, very different missions. And second, of course, weak media cannot really help. So it's always a circular question about the resilience of media as well. So I suspect you will inevitably say that you also need an enabling environment for the ecosystem, and I expect also to hear more about the platforms and so on and so on. But let's try to still approach this as a circular issue, not only focusing on what the media need. And I would like to start with Elmas. Now, you work in a particularly, shall we say, hellish environment, I suspect. But you know better, tell us.
I mean, we all do, don't we? And I think Janis already touched upon a couple of things that I think some of my co-panelists will be also speaking about: AI, social media platforms. At the same time, when this is a panel about disinformation, but the question is what stronger media, independent media, can do, and I could even sort of go into what it could do, because this is maybe one of the questions that we, as a conference, may want to ponder. And indeed, where I could sort of maybe chip into this conversation is to talk about Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, which is a particular media and that is working in a particularly challenging region. So first, it is publicly funded media. It is funded through U.S. Congress, which implies that it's bipartisan funding, so it's not State Department funding. That's one thing. Second, there's a very strong firewall in terms of the content creation. The funding goes through a number of agencies that each dilute the influence of politicians on editorial standards. Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty works in 23 countries. The broadcast region is 23 countries, and that includes what was known as CIS. I don't know whether that still exists. Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and a couple of countries in Central Europe and Balkans. So Iran, Russia, Belarus, Caucasus, Central Asia. This is our remit. So it's not an easy thing. The organization is about 70 years old, so there is some experience in actually working on providing independent content to what was then behind sort of Iron Curtain, now some say behind Iron Bubble. So that's a little bit about Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and I represent an office here in Riga, and this is a newly created office, largely as a result of Kremlin cracking down on our office in Moscow. Now, but coming back to the question, what sort of resilience to disinformation and what can stronger media do? I can speak a little bit about what we are doing in this region, and then we can go into what can be done or should be done. So, I mean, first thing that I wanted to sort of already unpackage is the different types of media. So there's public service broadcasters, there are publicly funded media. BBC is here, Deutsche Welle is here, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty are here now in Riga. So they are in a different category. There's private media, also from Russia, Novaya Gazeta Europa, Meduza, people mentioned, a number of local media outlets. But we will also speak about social media platforms and how are they enabling this. So there are different types of media. That's the first thing. Now, in terms of Russian-speaking audiences, which is largely in significant part of our region, I want to mention two things. One is the content, independent, factual content. One is the approach of the media themselves in terms of what they do, in terms of editorial standards, how to create an interesting content. And another point is actually how to deliver that content, make it available to societies where internet, freedom media is actually being curtailed. And I think these are, I'm outlining a couple of challenges there that we may want to talk about. And in terms of the content, I think the question what stronger independent media can do also sometimes is a question to media themselves. Because as Janis also mentioned, some of it is created maybe through artificial intelligence, some of it is actually purposefully misleading. So there are state actors, there may be even private media actors who are peddling disinformation. So I think there is a role on the media responsibility, on media themselves, to think actually in what business are they? So I think that's one thing, and I think for us, there is this mission that Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty has, which is sometimes not an easy proposition, but I think I wanted to quote that. RFERL's mission is to promote democratic values by providing accurate, uncensored news and open debate in countries where free press is threatened and disinformation is pervasive. RFERL reports the facts undaunted by pressure. So it is also about the mission statement of a media. So what are we? What do we stand for? Democratic values. And this is not something that media normally, it's implied, but they either stand for independent news, content, maybe profit. And this is something that I think is also important to note. So, so we stand for creating independent news and providing this to 23 countries where the information is actually curtailed. So first point is the content. And how do we ensure editorially independent, factual reporting in countries where to audiences where this is important. Second, how do we get there? And I think this is also where we have developed a number of digital tools, because I think we see that our audience now is in digital space largely. The radio word in Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty is somewhat misleading. It started as radio, and we still have radio. In Afghanistan, we had a major radio operation. We still try to broadcast into Russia, but it's reaching parts of what is still called Leningrad Oblast. But largely, our audience is in smartphones or in digital devices. So inbuilt VPNs, ways for our audience to get to information safely, because in Belarus and in Russia, you actually are liable for looking at some of our content. So these, and all of this actually requires money. And now the question is, what can independent media do, or what it should do, and what do stakeholders should do? I think the money issue is also important. I will stop here just to sort of outline a couple of things and have a discussion.
Thank you very much, Elmars, and I would thank you in particular for introducing this distinction between can and could, because can is obviously about what already is taking place, what is being done, and could is about the potential, and I think it's something that we really need to reflect on. Now, Andrin, you, I understand, look at this question more from the perspective of the state authorities in charge of ensuring that media operate appropriately. Perhaps you could also explain a little bit what your organization does, but you also do work within the Council of Europe on integrity of online information. And again, maybe it's something that you want to spell out a little bit to explain what it means, but also referring to the main question.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, today I speak mainly as the chair of the expert committee on the resilience of online information. And I think Janis set it out beautifully. We often, and individuals actually often navigate a very complex media environment nowadays that goes beyond just the traditional media use. And accordingly, also when we address the challenges, we need to think about what is going beyond just traditional media and what traditional media have to do. And our expert committee has identified 3 specific actors that are really important in this kind of work, namely fact-checkers, that we haven't talked about that much so far in this conference, online platforms, and then users themselves. And first, fact-checkers play a really pivotal role because the practice of fact-checking with clearly defined norms, routines, and behaviors to verify information has already become and will increasingly become central to the modern information landscape. Of course, fact-checkers have been part of newsrooms for quite some time, verifying the information and work that journalists are doing and preventing the publication of inaccurate work. But in recent years, we have seen that a new generation of fact-checkers is emerging that actually are doing much more ex post verification of information that is already public in, or present in the public domain. And what we have heard yesterday, actually, when Inga was talking, is that fact-checkers often face very similar challenges to journalists. Of course, they are not always like journalists, but the challenges are similar. And in addition to the challenges with regard to threats, dangers, etc., the information sources, as Yanis had set out as well, have considerably evolved. We're now talking not just about social media posts, we talk about very difficult verifications that you have to do on generative AI. We talk about large data sets that you have to be able to handle. The generative AI element will, of course, make this much more difficult going forward. So advancing fact-checking organization is really crucial. They are a critical tool to enhance trust in news and public communication. They serve as guardians of the information integrity, both before and also after the dissemination of content. And that is really, they can operate within and outside of the newsrooms. And occupying this dual space really allows fact-checking organizations to provide a valuable alternative to just traditional journalism. And the second type, we've already talked about this in this conference at some point as well. Jody especially made the highlight in the previous panel, of course, are online platforms. A key challenge, we have heard it before, is the lack of transparency that we have there, the lack of accountability and explainability of platforms' algorithmic systems, and how they affect the dissemination of this information. And Eliška has really outlined it very beautifully in the last panel. This lack of transparency in content moderation and algorithmic systems and the lack to access of data prevents research and independent scrutiny, and this in turn undermines trust on how we receive and how we consume the information through online platforms. So it is really essential that platforms promote design solutions that addresses these challenges rather than providing or having to make decisions on the content itself, setting in place systemic processes that can look at these elements. And the third type of relevant actors are, of course, users themselves. During much of our discussion so far, we have focused on ways of how we enhance the circulation of high-quality content, for example, through diverse and independent media ecosystems. Or failing this, we try to limit the diffusion of low-quality content through fact-checking, with debunking, through platform design solutions, with limiting the reduce the reach of dis and misinformation. But users will always be exposed to some kind of misinformation and low-quality information. So it is crucial that we equip them to meet this challenge. And one key focus needs to be how users can be empowered to avoid falling in the trap of low-quality content and protecting and alerting others who may do so. So the point that I'm trying to make here is independent media certainly have a pivotal role to play, but we need to look beyond just the independent media at other actors that have to play a significant role in addressing this challenge. Also the limitations that they might have in this space, because of course they will not be able to deal with all of these challenges themselves. And just as a plug, our committee of experts have elaborated the guidance note, which will be published later this year, with certain recommendations, elements that go into more details, more onto the specific things that we can do, but maybe we can talk about this a bit more in the second round.
Thank you, Andrej. But just to follow up a little bit on what you said about fact-checking, the capacity of the fact-checking teams in the media to react to Well, the new technological change, which Yanis said, is not coming tomorrow, it's here today. Very quick question. Are the media organizations, by and large, in our region today well equipped to deal with the new technological landscape? You mentioned algorithms by the platforms. Yanis is now saying, no, that's yesterday. We need to go talk to the AI tech. Are media organizations able to deal with that today?
I mean, one question is, are they equipped to deal with it? And probably the answer is partly because generative AI can also be a tool to combat disinformation, to help in fact-checking. So it really depends how these tools are being used. I think the crucial point is that there needs to be vigilance on these new developments and how we can adopt it and include it in our processes of making the media ecosystem more resilient. But I think the second point about traditional media systems and the fact-checking element that you were just referring to, we see a tendency in traditional media where we see journalists that have to do the whole news process from production up to publication. And an element of fact-checking that used to be a specific and a highly specialized element within traditional newsrooms has now become part of this generalist approach. And that puts a lot of stress on journalists to be able to fulfill this, this crucial task in the way that they should and need to do it.
Thank you, Andrew. And this is, I think, a perfect segue into the news media. Andrew, I understand that you represent the specific part of media that is about reporting news, helping people understand what goes on. So, in a sense, enlightening the public is not something new. It's not just about disinformation. But in this particular environment, what does it mean? What should we expect from the news media in terms of dealing with disinformation? And also, what are the input that the news media needs for that?
Thank you very much. First of all, can I convey a slightly different tone? Because I think there's much optimism to draw upon within the media sector, particularly the news media subset that I represent. So that's traditional, if that is now still the accepted phrase. The traditional news publishers, news agencies, whether they be national or international, some of which include Agence France Presse, that has the biggest fact-checking enterprise and operation of any mainstream media, and is a beacon of hope, certainly in that regard, because it takes fact-checking very seriously. It's also part of its commercial imperatives, so that it remains a viable operation, and that feeds back into journalistic investment as well. So I'm optimistic. You asked the question, are we tooled up to deal with some of these challenges now? Well, if we're talking about 11:30 in Riga, yes. 12:30, I'm not so sure about, because things are moving so fast. But in the context of generative AI and challenges, I can say that management floors, boardrooms are very much aware of the challenges, not only to their own businesses, but also to the role that they play in society. I've never seen so much cohesion, so much accelerated thought, concern, but practical ideas coming out across the media. And by that I mean rights-holding TV, non-rights-holding TV, public sector, private enterprise, collaborating with think tanks, governments. There's a round table on generative AI in the journalistic sphere and the information sphere every day, and that's good. So we're in a really good position to do what we failed to do with the platforms first time round. We believed what they told us. They said that we were going to share in the spoils, that all consumers were going to be pointed to the background news platform that was generating the content, and there was at least going to be a fair opportunity to derive financial benefit from that. And of course that turned out not to be the case. And every day there's another announcement that actually the algorithms have been twisted, so we've got even less. We've got small change instead of proper investment potential. So I think we're in a good place. As you know, I represent a subset of the media, so the news media sector. But within that, I think there is a discipline that also needs to be called out. And you alluded to the potential conclusions from earlier on, but I'm going to also read another proposition which supplements that, which is the ability of professional journalists, including reporters, news photographers and video journalists, to witness events of public interest and to provide objective accounts. These must be safeguarded from control and censorship, including self-censorship. This provides opportunities for social change, creates communities of shared interest, and informs citizens, including the young, as alluded to yesterday within a couple of sessions, about real-world events. Now, if we can all get behind that as a philosophy, we've got a chance of really dynamically attacking the disinformation harm that is going on in society. But we need journalists, reporters and video journalists, to be there on the ground, to act as the eyes and ears of the public that are sitting there at their breakfast tables and in their armchairs, to be able to convey what's going on in the world, to make sense of the world. And that is the essence of journalism, and the reason I'm optimistic, notwithstanding the restrictions on attending events of public interest in the first place, and perhaps you'll give me some time later to speak to that. I'm confident that the integral, nascent yearning to inform and to see and share is always going to be there, and we shouldn't forget about it. So I'm optimistic that we're now talking about the right things. I'm optimistic that outside of this room, public policymakers, the media themselves, will strike out to address disinformation, but also to remain viable and relevant.
Thank you very much, and Andrew. Especially, I appreciate the two key words you mentioned: cohesion and accelerated thought. Sounds wonderful. If only we could have that always across the board when dealing with challenges. We now go to Eva Nenadic. Now, Eva, you are researching at the European University Institute, and your focus is on media pluralism and media freedom. And to me, it sounds like an obvious question to ask, is media pluralism really necessary to deal with disinformation, or do we just live with the fact that there is less funding for media, so it will be streamlined, and those who survive will serve the audiences? Now, it may not be the focus of what you have to say, but I would like to hear from you on that particular account.
Thank you for this question. I think the answer is quite obvious. I'm really glad to be part of this important conversation that comes at a very challenging time, and especially challenging for media, but even more challenging for journalism. And I see a slight distinction there in particular contexts, especially. So many things have been said, and many complex issues have been raised. So I will try to echo some of the points that I find very important and add on additional ones. So what I've been doing over the past decade is working on the issues or studying the conditions for media pluralism and media freedom across the European Union, but also member states. So I'm working with the Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom at the European University Institute, where we run the Media Pluralism Monitor, which is a project that also serves, so basically the Media Pluralism Monitor looks at the conditions, but in particular risks to media pluralism and media freedom, as I said, in all EU countries and in member states across 4 dimensions. One is a fundamental right, then there is a political independence, market conditions for media, but also social inclusiveness dimension, so access to media to different vulnerable groups in society in particular. So this is one aspect of the story, and an important aspect perhaps to mention is that the results of the monitor have also been used over the past years to inform the media pillars of the rule of law reports that the European Commission is issuing. And then the other project that I've been working on over the past several years is called the European Digital Media Observatory, where we in particular coordinate the work on studying, researching, and assessing policies against disinformation. So of course, in order to deal with policies, we also need to comprehend and understand deeply different dimensions and facets of this complex problem of disinformation. So with these two streams somehow of my work, I come to my first point, which is, and I wasn't planning to speak about this, but hearing what other speakers said, I really want to emphasize that it's a really difficult moment for media and for journalism, because they need to battle they need to fight battle in two serious and very dangerous for our democracy battlefields somehow. So the first one is that what we are seeing for the Media Pluralism Monitor is the fact that media organizations, but journalists in particular, are still struggling across the EU with very traditional risks to media pluralism and media freedom. In particular, political independence is something that I would like to mention here. And then at the same time, they need to fight for sustainability and relevance in the online environment against very serious and way more powerful opponents, which are the digital platforms. So this is one side of the story. And then looking at the other side of the story, which is this specific issue that we're focusing on in this panel, and it's the challenge of disinformation, which European Commission has recognized as one of the major challenges for European democracies and their sustainability long-term is the problem of disinformation, of course. And then we are seeing a lot of attempts and policy measures that are trying to tackle or answer to this problem of disinformation. They are also trying to somehow establish basically more balance between the key players in this field. And I think we see that there should be perhaps more consideration about the relationship between the different actors here. And perhaps we could also focus a bit more on the very complex interplay between the media and platforms, but also media and fact-checking organizations. So as we know, over the past several years, the number of fact-checking organizations globally has doubled, but they are increasingly establishing themselves separately from the media, and they are diverging, which is perhaps not the trend that we would like to see. We would like to see more collaboration and cooperation there, because this is what is in the public interest. And then going back to the topic, to the title of the panel, which is, or the question, what stronger independent media can do, I would just like to chip in with two additional points for this first intervention, and it has been said already, but I would like to echo it a bit, and it's the kind of dual and conflicting role that the media play in this environment with regards to disinformation. So at one point, or they can be both part of the problem and solution to this. So due to decline in professionalism, clickbait strategies, attempts to provide for financial sustainability, perhaps on the cost of professional standards, very often we are seeing media on the side where we don't want to see them, and this is the side contributing to the problem of disinformation, because what we know from research is that way more people learn about disinformation narratives from mainstream media than they do from social media. So with the same logic, mainstream media, or especially public service media, could and should play the role, if they are sustainable, independent, and trusted, they are definitely best positioned to break, dismantle, and debunk some of these information narratives, and then provide accurate and complete disinformation or counterbalance disinformation in this context. So this is the dual role that we don't tend to mention very frequently, and I think it also should be reflected even more in policies tackling disinformation, where sometimes we don't see media sitting at the table with digital platforms, with fact-checking organizations, and similar, where certain measures are adopted to fight disinformation. And just a key word from the title about independence and stronger and quality, which is also very important, and I would like to add there. So stronger independent media are indeed the most important counterbalance to disinformation, but as we know, many things are called media today. It has become very difficult to define media, especially in this challenging information environment. And I want to somehow repeat what I already said, is that media organizations and journalism are not always synonyms. They are not always, unfortunately, on the same sides, and sometimes editorial autonomy is particularly challenged by the media management or media owners in some countries. So this is something to keep in mind. And when speaking about independence, we know very well from the Media Pluralism Monitor that countries, or there are still various mechanisms of political control over media, especially in certain regions of Europe, exercised through, for example, appointment procedures in public service media, through politicization over ownership of the media, but also more indirect means, such as the distribution of state advertising and so on. But then I think very important aspect that has been mentioned already, and I'm sure that we will discuss it even further, is this dependence of media on online platforms. Because what we are seeing there, I mean, this is the changing information environment, which we cannot deny. We didn't mention enough, I think, over the course of 2 days, the changing habits of audiences, especially of youth, that are departing from media. They are exercising or showing higher rates of news avoidance. For them, news sources are influential individuals online, and this is something that we need to keep in mind when thinking about the role of media and what media is today or what it should be. So this growing dependence on online platforms is something that should definitely be considered, especially their power of distribution and audience reach, especially because of this, because they are serving as primary gateways to news to many people nowadays. And unlike in the traditional media systems where news was an integral part of the news outlet, this is no longer the case in the digital environment. So news is increasingly being, what we say, it lives a life of its own, because it travels in this online sphere based on algorithmic recommendations, based on personal recommendations, and editorial line or editors somehow lost the control over their content, and it's the platforms who actually have the control over their content. So I think in thinking of the information environment and re-establishing balance between the key actors in this sphere, this is something definitely to keep in mind. And I'm super happy to speak about the importance of self-regulation and co-regulation in this area and some measures that are being taken, but perhaps I'll leave this for the second round. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Honestly, lots of questions here. And one thing I have noticed is that the word platforms keeps popping up as you speak. And then one of my questions would be, okay, platforms in control now. And Yanis tells us that even that is not going to be the case. Someone else is. But I have one question, perhaps, and it can be a huge discussion, Eva, but more from the point of view of terminology from the academic side of it. If a media organization consistently engages is misinforming people, creating false impressions, pushing narratives that are counterfactual, is it still a media, or shall we call it a propaganda outlet or something else? Or do we say, okay, that's also a kind of media, different from what Andrew's group is doing, but also a subset of the media industry?
I think, you know, in the case that you just described, it could be easy to label this as propaganda and not media and just change terminology. But what the challenge is that we have a lot of outlets that are dancing on the both sides. So at the same time, they provide a lot of clickbait sensationalism that is feeding into misinformation, disinformation narratives. On the other side, they are at the same time providing a lot of quality journalism. So in many countries, we are seeing outlets, media organizations that are providing both. So how do we deal with this? How do we strengthen this quality side and try to ponder somehow this, the problematic side of the media? Of course, the clickbait is related or is there to feed the struggle for sustainability.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Now, Melanie, you, I understand, see this issue of disinformation and media from the perspective that most people actually feel is the most important in their daily life. It's about the town, city where they live. Your concern, I understand, is with the local media and what their role is and what their problems are. And I understand that you have a lot of research and insights to share about that.
Yes, good morning. Indeed, since yesterday we've been all wondering about how to combat misinformation, but just imagine there were simply no media anymore, no information about decision taken, no scrutiny of decision makers, no fact checking. This is a reality we faced when we prepared this report, the October session report on local and regional media as watchdogs of democracy and guardians of community cohesion. We tackled this very special angle of local and regional media. In the UK, for instance, more than 320 journals disappeared between 2009 and 2019. In Portugal, this number dropped from 700 to 400. And in France, more than 100 local agencies closed during the same period, which was the pre-COVID period. It was even worse afterwards. And my own village in Calvados, Normandy, a very special place to visit beyond or with the drink beside. But in my own village, Sommervieux, we don't have any newspaper, and we barely receive a few lines in the regional newspaper once or twice a year, I would say. It was said earlier, many traditional local media always struggle with the digital era today. Few people are now willing to pay for online news, but even more for local online news. And the ad revenues have gone down with the rise of online platforms. The consequence is that quality of local media declines. There are no more funds to pay competitive or even simply to pay salaries. Besides economic reasons, the working conditions of local journalists also play a role, especially when it comes to their safety and independence. The Council of Europe platform for the safety of journalists has seen an increase in alerts of violence, including local journalists. This is why the Congress also supports this campaign on the safety of journalists that was launched yesterday. And local journalists have a very special and particular place. They are in a very particular position. They are literally much closer to the politicians or the people they should hold accountable. They simply go to the same doctor, the same supermarket, their kids go to the same schools. And because of this proximity, we can see that some people are losing trust into the journalists. They know sometimes, and sometimes consider them as standing in the pay of the local politicians. This was particularly the case in France during the Yellow Jacket crisis. And thus, journalists become more vulnerable to the pressure from the politicians, but also to the pressure from the audience as well. This is particularly worrying because if local democracies are the cornerstone of democratic societies, local media should be the foundation of a healthy, pluralistic media landscape. And this is why we, the Congress of the Council of Europe, because we are a political assembly of mayors, local councillors, and regional parliamentarians, work to strengthen local democracy. So why are local media crucial to combat disinformation? That's the question. And what we as local authorities can do. Local media have a political role as watchdog of democracy. They report on events on a much precise scale than national media, of course. They hold local authorities accountable for the local decisions, daily life decisions impacting citizens' lives, such as infrastructure, parks, leisure, garbage collection, schooling, health. But they also have a social role. They are primary sources of information for communities. They make citizens feel listened to, which is very important, and helps to strengthen the sense of community. And I would say that they are often the last consideration for the less visible people. And we saw in the last few years that they are also fundamental in crisis situations. That was the case, of course, during the pandemic, but also during natural crisis. They are here to inform citizens and help the communities and the local authorities. So what if local media disappear? Well, without trustworthy local news, social media become the primary sources of information for many communities. We could say, and we have a phrase in France saying that there are 60 million of experts and probably 60 million of journalists as well sometimes. But with this kind of sources, this leaves people at best with information of hazardous quality or at worst susceptible to the spread of misinformation. But it also means that local authorities have a monopoly on what is communicated. It opens the door to partial information, disinformation, or even propaganda. But this is also a matter of equality, because we can see that disadvantaged or most rural communities, and I'm elected in a rural part of Normandy, are particularly at risk of becoming local news deserts and have often a lower level of news literacy to shield them from this or misinformation. So really, I think that the key step to make communities more resilient to disinformation is ensuring the existence and the sustainability, quality of local and regional media. That's very important.
Thank you very much, Melanie. I think a great illustration of how there is a huge gap between the importance of local media and the actual situation and level of support. I have a quick follow-up question. We cannot go into the detail on this, but how often do you see this issue addressed by public, perhaps state subsidies and funding, perhaps special grants for local media in the countries that you look at? Is it something that exists at all?
Yeah, yes, I think because that's the case that we said a few minutes earlier. It's really difficult to have some data about this, about local news deserts and what we can do about it. But I think I should be optimistic as well and say that, yeah, in some countries you have some funds either from the governments or the regional governments as well, or from the media association. It works even more if both are working together to either, without coming on very practical things, but to train journalists or to guarantee the sustainability of local media. But you have also, and we have examples in France of media that or audiences or stakeholders that choose to invest in media. This is the Solidarity Press companies. You have one of the most sold newspaper in France, West France, which is in this case, and they are here ready to ensure that what is published is serve the community, and they do help their community in their projects. And that's this newspaper, I think, has less difficulties than others today.
Thank you. Now, I think we are ready to move to the next stage of the discussion, and we need to make it much shorter. On the actionable points, let's do it like this. Because most of the people in the room, I suspect, are from the media industry, obviously you might have a recommendation and actionable points that the media industry can actually take up and do something. But you also might have something to say to policymakers. We don't have platforms with us, but the policymakers should be watching this and also reading the conclusions. So what is your request to them? So 2 actionable points, one to yourselves as the media industry, another one to policymakers. Yanis, would you mind?
I'm not quite the media industry, obviously. I think my first and clear-cut actionable point would be clear-eyed. I'm in this role for about 8 years. I've heard this discussion about platform interaction and all of that, and it's still in the same place. And I think we have to recognize where are the limits, what is the trajectory, and where we're going. So my proposal is like that journalism is going to be required, the core element, and that is quality outline of the reality by a professional that is unbiased as possible and independent, given to the society. That's what will be necessary. But if we stick to the traditional, and Elon Musk calls them legacy media, by the way, traditional form, we might be doomed. That will, in my view, will not survive. If we are able, with the understanding of the core principle, adjust, then there is a future. Second, to me, is go and use the technology that is transforming everything. Because I think there is an opportunity in generative AI in a way that it is taking out, from a media perspective, some of the power out of the social media platforms into more like everyone who can use it or is capable of being skilled user of this new technology. And if I have one plea to all the journalists in the room, go get and be able to use it as a tool to your own goals and to your own mission. And that is, I think, what I would have as a 2-piece.
Thank you. So to the media industry, firstly, the news media industry in particular, remain faithful to the principles of our great profession, but at the same time to adapt to the future consumption needs of the young in particular, to stand up for what is right in terms of our place in society, and to be much more collaborative one to another to ensure that issues of existence and fringe aspects of what we do are resolved. And within that, I would say the most important thing is for us to be smart around technology and to identify ways of easy transition by us all, including the young, to drill through their smartphones into authoritative, authentic, witness-based journalism. If they lose the will to live after 3 seconds, we've lost the engagement with our consumers and with our fellow citizens. So that's probably quite a bundle for me to go back with. And then to public policymakers, I think there is a failure to understand the real challenges on the ground of journalism, and by that I mean, if I can just momentarily take you outside of this room and let's think about whether journalists are free to get into press conferences at political rallies, whether they have to pay to attend a political rally, as happens in the UK, whether they can ask difficult questions of stars and athletes and celebrities. Can they control their own copyright content, or have they got to give away the control over that material? These are burning questions for our industry, and I want public policymakers to be much more critically aware of that challenge because it undermines everything.
Yeah, so again, because we spoke about duality, So there is maybe a question to media and then to policy makers. And I am not here to sort of tell other media what to do, but I can tell what we are doing in terms of that, that media industry role. And I think one premise is that, yes, the content is the king, so you have to be able to make an interesting content that is interesting to your audience, but that is also editorially checked and verified, so high editorial standards. We have Ukrainian language service, we have Russian language service, we have Armenian language service, we have Azeri language service. So how do you report from those people on the war in Ukraine, on situation in South Caucasus, that it withstands the scrutiny of both sides, and that you can actually stand up to your reporting. And obviously, another distinction that I wanted to chip in is about this plurality, but we need to distinguish facts and opinion. So I think there is limitation on what you can peddle as disinformation on facts, but there is value in opinion, in plurality of opinion. So I think this is another thing. So on policymakers, for policymakers, again, I'm on thin ice here, but I was thinking about my children as I was coming to this conference, and I would want them actually to be living in a sort of medium term in an environment where there is plurality of thinking, where there is an enabling environment of consuming news and opinions in different languages. They may be consuming news in English, in Latvian, maybe in Russian, about things that are happening in their world, wherever it may be. So I think it's that enabling environment and value of actually having plurality, and sometimes that actually costs money. So that's one thing that I wanted maybe to chip in, and I'll stop here.
Well, thank you, Elmar, for bringing the money into the conversation. So maybe we'll talk about that even more later. But Eva, your 2 points.
So on the level of journalism, what I strongly believe we need is more efficient self-regulation. We tremendously and urgently need this to promote and encourage quality in journalism. And this can only be done by journalists themselves. At the level of media organizations, I think we should insist more with all the adequate and available tools for them to ensure accurate and ethical independent reporting supported by quality training. So we haven't really had the chance to speak much about investments in training for journalists, especially considering how the environment changes, evolves with new technologies and everything. And of course, adequate working conditions for journalists. Again, perhaps money issue, but it's very important. At the level of states, you mentioned the enabling environment. I mean, this is a clear commitment. There should be an enabling environment for freedom of expression. There should be clear protection of media pluralism and so on. So this is very clear. We already have standards here. We already have international, intergovernmental agreements on this, but we should see perhaps more on the implementation side. At the level of policy, especially policies related to disinformation, I would like to emphasize one point. So within the European Union, we have one instrument that is being exported also globally, which is called the Code of Practice on Disinformation. And this Code of Practice on Disinformation was first conceived in 2018, and then, because of some shortcomings in the first iteration of the instrument, of this kind of self-regulation, voluntary self-regulation by major online platforms with advertisers in the first format, it was strengthened, and this new version was released last summer with some key performance indicators, but most importantly, with additional stakeholders or additional signatories involved in this effort. So we see fact-checkers around the table of this discussion, we see civil society, but we don't really see media. And this is something that I would like to emphasize. I think media should be more invited, but also invite themselves more to this kind of conversation because it's important and it's relevant. And the last point that I would like to mention here, and it's related also to what was mentioned in the previous panel, we see, especially at the level of European Union, evolving and growing policy and also regulation in the area of digital rights and trying to curb or insist on transparency, accountability of the digital platforms. But very often in these very needed and good attempts, we leave to platforms to define and operationalize some of the key concepts, such as, for example, what is media pluralism that they should pay due diligence or due consideration to when doing the risk assessment or applying the risk mitigation measures. So in order to make sure that there are no collateral damages, if I may put it this way, we need a really strong public oversight mechanism, and this is why we need access to data. We need strong institutions, research institutions, but also regulators to be able to conduct this public oversight. This is what's crucial here, I think.
Thank you very much, Eva. I would just add to what you said, just throw in a couple of words, the Digital Services Act, which is interlinked with the Code of Practice on disinformation as well, a huge bit of regulation for the EU and also with the Media Freedom Act coming soon. This is an EU discussion, but I suspect these documents are going to be a matter of interest for a broader group of countries. Again, for very quick 2 points to you, Adrian, and
I'll try to make it quick, but for quickness, I'll take 3 short points. First, to media, despite economic pressures and the constant fight for attention, take fact-checking seriously and prioritize it over clickbait, because the truthfulness and the closeness to the facts is the foundation for the business model in the future as well. And then you said before that it would be desirable for fact-checking to be closer to traditional media. This might be in an ideal world, but it has also dangers, especially in countries where pluralism within a single media system or within a single media outlet is not assured. So, and that would lead into my recommendation for policymakers. Consider financing, funding, and supporting fact-checking organizations in addition to the traditional media system, because depending on your circumstances, they are a really crucial actor to provide the resilience that you need. And then the last very quick one on fact-checkers themselves, because they need to further develop and strengthen their professional standards as well to demonstrate how they practice their profession, how they that they be transparent about their processes, where they get their funding from, and how they can demonstrate their value to society as large.
Are you going to take any questions? Yes, sir, absolutely. But please let our speakers answer the question that they're dealing with at the moment. Please don't interrupt. Melanie, over to you.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Just to a few recommendations will be probably first to set up either local or national funding schemes focused on what I spoke about, local or community media. That was done already in Ireland, Germany, Netherlands, Sweden, Finland, or I understood here in Latvia as well. Maybe to encourage as well innovative and alternative ways of funding. That's what I spoke about a minute ago. So, for instance, the Solidarity Press companies in France, for which a very specific legal framework was settled, which is an adaptation as well. And the other main thing, as I think, would be to ensure the quality by training and attracting journalists in local media. It can be done with partnership between media or a media association or journalists with local authorities and with local media. That's what BBC did with local democracy reporter scheme, in which the national public broadcaster funds trains journalists in local media. A French journalist also told me that that was what his major newspaper in France was doing out of Europe, but in Africa as well, just mentoring local journalists to be sure to have reliable information. And the last thing maybe would be to increase awareness about their role, the role of journalists among local politicians, maybe with codes of practice, but also among the public. That's very important. That's the first audience. And that's what we do during the Prix Bayeux Calvados Normandy of War Correspondence every year in Bayeux next week, if you want to have a look. But during the week, we have more than 15,000 young people in 12 different countries and 6,000 pupils in Calvados working on media literacy and with journalists. I think it does really start with this kind of thing.
Thank you, Melanie. Now, I do feel that there is an interest in the room to interact with our speakers. I'll take 2 questions from that side. You, sir, in row 6, and then we go further back.
I think I could answer the question.
Oh, we'll come to that later as well. Perhaps we take 2 or 3 questions together to make it more efficient. So that gentleman over there, yes, you, and then the gentleman behind you, and then you, sir.
Yes, thank you. I heard several times the word media as a partner with fact checkers and with other entities like internet or big platform representatives. So, Eva, I feel you said that you have the image of a meeting around the table with representatives of media, fact checkers, and platform actors. One thing is, who is media? Because media means journalists and media owners. I cannot imagine a meeting between Murdoch, Musk, and whoever we want as fact checker debating upon a topic of resilience towards false news.
Sorry, can I please ask you to ask a question?
It was a question.
Okay, okay, excellent, thank you. And you are, please,
so many questions have been raised here.
So, could you please tell us who you are?
Paulo Pisco, I'm a member of the Portuguese Parliament and member of the Council of Europe. My question is related to disinformation. And I wanted to ask you if, as the title of a well-known work of the philosopher Karl Popper, The Open Society and Its Enemies, if disinformation is produced by the enemies of open societies and democracies, and if it is linked, especially to the extreme right parties in our societies that I've been raising. The other question is about the future of the press as the way we know it, because at the same time that the newspapers, as has been told, are disappearing, the disinformation is more and more present in our societies, causing to all those problems. Which will be the future of the traditional press, the way we know it? Because it seems that everything will disappear. The newspapers have no money. The question of the money is fundamental, and that it poses a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And gentleman behind you.
My name is Stefan Schendler from the Austrian Parliament and member of BASE, and I was before the General Rapporteur for Media Freedom and Safety on Journalists, and now I'm the Rapporteur for SLAPS. In my report about AI, the title was AI and the Labor Market, a friend or foe. I said exactly that for the journalism is it extremely dangerous, an unsafe field of work, because more and more and more contents are regenerated by AI. And when we are speaking about journalists matter, then we should also speak about the guarantee of the jobs for journalists. And if you have a look into the concentration of the money behind news companies which overcross, they have a radio, they have online, they have traditional newspaper, radio, it's all in one hand. And when you take now the combination...
So can I please ask you to phrase a question to the panel?
With AI, then you see what is going on, and the subsidies of the states should be not given to the budget of the media, should be given for a special project, that you have correspondent, that you develop a journalist, investigative journalist, and then.
Okay, thank you. So we have 3 questions here, and I think, Eva, maybe you could start, and the others could take the other questions as well.
Thank you for the question. I will try to clarify what I actually meant here. And so the EU Code of Practice on disinformation is a kind of voluntary co-regulatory instrument. It's still Code of Practice, but under the Digital Services Act, it should transform to the Code of Conduct, which means that it should be strengthened. It should become an instrument to comply with the DSA. So this is why it is so important. It is also important because it has inspired similar codes in other parts of the world. For instance, in Australia, in New Zealand, but also the United Nations have been discussing and are towards the adopting Code of Conduct for Information Integrity on digital platforms that is explicitly inspired by the Code of Practice, EU Code of Practice on disinformation. So when I said the media should be at this table, I just wanted, I wasn't specifying who exactly, there could be representatives, that could be, but what I was trying to emphasize here is that the voice of the media, but especially the voice of the journalists, should be heard, should be there in these discussions, because what we have at the moment is a code of practice where we have signatories. These signatories are primarily very large online platforms, so the leading platforms, advertisers and advertising industry. We're seeing civil society and fact-checking organizations, but we are not seeing to the same extent the presence of media and journalists, and many measures that are being adopted within the Code of Practice on disinformation that are also being implemented are affecting visibility and thus also sustainability of the media content and access to citizens to the media content. So the fact that these measures are being adopted and are being implemented and will now be strengthened under the Digital Services Act, for us is not ideal if the media are not part of those negotiations, especially considering the importance of media pluralism and so on.
Thank you, Eva. Now, I think, Andrew, you wanted to answer another question. If you could do so quite briefly, because I want to take one more question from the audience.
Surely. So I'll address the AI issue, friend or foe. I mean, it's moving so fast that I don't think any of us in this room or outside this room can precisely indicate where the barometer needle is in that respect. What I can say is that more news media companies every day are switching off, and you'll have to forgive my sort of shorthand in this respect, but switching off the ability of big tech to extract information from both historic archives and live news. So there is already, I think that is a really good telling point, that the news media companies are saying, no more, we don't understand this, we have big reservations about it, it's not just another tool, it has the potential to be a much more pernicious tool than any other that we've had. So the jury is very much out, but I think, as I said earlier on, the news media industry is very much on it, and very much concerned about the impact on businesses, but also on society as well.
Thank you, Andrew. Yanis, if you take the disinformation question.
Disinformation is there to create an impact. So whoever is seeking it, and these are malign states that wish harm, these are political groups whose value systems within our own countries make it kind of okay to use that as a parameter of gaining more power, Or there are more narrow interest groups within our societies that might not necessarily seek the political power, but are seeking to have an impact on a specific area. And all of those work in a conundrum. And the big piece is that the worst of them is these authoritarian systems, because they wish the biggest harm, but then the other two, obviously, actors are also harmful.
Thank you, Yanis. Now, we only have time for one question. I would like the gentleman who raised his voice about the need for Q&A, perhaps. I suspect you also have a question, so if you could give us that.
Yeah, you suspect correctly. There's been a bit of an irony about the whole session. A number of you have mentioned about the importance of involving policymakers. I'm George Fawkes. I'm a Member of Parliament from the United Kingdom. And along with Stefan Schenach, Mogens Jensen, David Blencathra here, I'm a member of the Culture, Media and Sport Committee of the Council of Europe. We've produced a number of reports on this issue, on this question. We've made recommendations in relation to pluralism of ownership, public funding of media, and a whole range of things. How many of you have read them? These reports go to the Council of Ministers, and then from the Committee of Ministers, and then from the Committee of Ministers to national parliaments. How many of you have read them, and could you tell me what they say?
Was that your question, sir? Or, well,
exactly. Eva makes a really good point. It's not about how many have read it, but how many have implemented it, and how and who. I think maybe I speak for a lot of people in this room. We're all very much involved in these issues, and I think most of us, if not all of us, have read a large part of all of these recommendations. But you pointed it out yourself, because it's not just the policymakers. The policymakers in the national member states, they are diverse. It's members of parliament as yourself, and I think it's great that we have members of parliament here in this room today. But the fact is, quite often I see in my country that members of parliament are not actively following what the recommendations are in the Council of Europe or in other similar forums. And I think that's the key problem here, because that's where we need to, that's where the policy will be implemented in the end.
When we speak of the actionable points, should we add printing enough copies of these wonderful reports to send them to each member of parliament in the country involved? Sir, thank you very much for raising this, and I'm sorry we didn't have time to accommodate all the questions. There might be, we have to summarize here what I heard very quickly. We need to adapt, or the media need to adapt to the new technological landscape. Media still need funding, media still need protection. They need respect from the policymakers because of what they do, and there is need for trust in media, but also the media have to make sure that they earn that trust by being factual, precise, and serving their audiences. That's a very, perhaps useless way of summarizing it. Nevertheless, we have to summarize this discussion. I would like to thank our panelists for their very interesting contributions. A round of applause would be useful here. And this is when where we give the floor to the next part of the conference.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, Mr. Makarovs. Given how lively that was, I think the organizers may have gotten a clue as to their next potential conference to consider. We've come to the end of 2 days of very fruitful discussions, conversations, networking, and it's time to conclude with some closing remarks. I'd like to invite Zanda Kalnina Lukasevica, Deputy Speaker and Member of Parliament of Latvia, Head of Latvian Delegation of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, to share her thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. So, dear journalists, experts, Deputy Secretary General, Ambassador, members of Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what a discussion it was. And indeed, there have been 2 days of very fruitful discussions, and therefore, thank you for all the substantial thoughts you put into them that have been into these discussions that have been taking place over the last 2 days here in the Latvian House of Wisdom and Light. So we have realized that we are facing 2 wars at this moment. So the one is physical in the territory of Ukraine, which is fought with weapons in hands, where the price is human lives and a nation's freedom is at stake. And the second war across all borders, the battle for our minds, on social media, TV, and news. So the Kremlin's only hope not to lose its unprovoked war against Ukraine is our fatigue. It has invested a lot to influence our mood, to influence the mood of our people, and to intervene in elections, using many different, well-calibrated narratives, be it on energy and food security, inflation, or even using hate speech. Russia tries to reach our societies. So disinformation combined with the rapidly developing AI possibilities can be very dangerous. So we should not overlook this threat. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is never finished. It has to be protected. Continuously, we have to reassure our commitments. A crucial, if not the most significant role today, to safeguard democracy is played by journalists and their tireless work to represent the facts and the truth. Therefore, I'm honored to stand before you today as we prioritize the promotion of freedom of expression, safety of journalists, and the Councils of Europe digital agenda during the Latvian presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. This is Latvia's second presidency since joining the Council of Europe. It coincides with the greatest threat to the entire Europe since the establishment of the Council of Europe: Russia's unprovoked, unjustified, full-scale war of aggression against an independent and sovereign country, Ukraine. Thereby, we are reminded of the broader challenges we face in upholding fundamental values, such as freedom of expression and the need to ensure the safety of journalists, including in crisis, conflicts, and wars. These values are tested, demanding unwavering dedication to protect them at all costs. So already during its 2021 Conference of Ministers responsible for media and information society, the Council of Europe was asked to develop a comprehensive European campaign to safeguard journalists. It is of utmost importance to highlight that just yesterday, in this very room, the Council of Europe's 5-year campaign dedicated to the safety of journalists was launched. And with this campaign, we declare that safety of journalists is a prerequisite for safe and resilient society. It is a must. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout 2 days of discussions, we gained valuable insights into the present challenges facing freedom of expression and safety of those who carry on the work as journalists. As we draw this conference to a close, let us reflect on the powerful theme, "Is the pen mightier than the sword?" I cannot miss the opportunity to quote First Latvian Foreign Minister Zigfrīds Anna Merovics. He said, and I quote, Latvia has reached two stages in its struggle for independence: the liberation of Latvia and the recognition of Latvia. Both these struggles have been crowned with victory. The first was fought with arms in hand and human sacrifice. The second required nothing more than a pen and a brain." Unquote. Indeed, the pen is a mighty arm, even more today than ever. And over the last 2 days, through discussions, we have gained more knowledge of the challenges of freedom of expression and the safety of journalists. To carry conclusions of these discussions into action, the work never stops. This afternoon, here in Riga, in this building, members of the national focal points nominated by the Council of Europe member states will continue the dialogue to work on further implementation of the campaign for the safety of journalists. And I wish all the participants of that meeting a fruitful discussions. So, dear experts, dear journalists, diplomats, fellow parliamentarians, dear participants of the conference, many, many thanks for your participation. Many thanks for everything you do to protect and strengthen our societies and democracy every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our next intervention is from Agnes Latze. I know you were taking notes diligently while you were observing the deliberations this morning. Agnes Latze is the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Culture. Your thoughts?
Excellencies, Deputy Secretary General, dear journalists, experts, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to give concluding remarks to this timely, important conference here in Riga on behalf of the Minister of Culture. I spent part of it with you. I tried to collect your thoughts, ideas, and initiatives, and I specifically wrote down the ones directed at policymakers. I'll try to make them known also to the Minister. As she mentioned yesterday, freedom of expression is indispensable for the functioning of our democracy. It shapes societal resilience, it informs civic participation, and contributes to societal cohesion. And if abused, the results are quite the opposite. And this also, as Mrs. Kalniņa-Lukaševica mentioned, must always be protected. Freedom of expression and our democracies must always be protected. In the context of conflict, especially here in Latvia, we've seen also over the last years that hate speech motivated by ethnic hatred has actually been on the rise. And it is as important as ever to have tools to not only monitor it and notice it, but also to react towards it. We have to raise awareness on the implications of polarizing information and such hateful speech, or as Professor mentioned earlier in one of the discussions, toxic speech. Ministry of Culture is currently in the process of developing media policy guidelines, and this process is designed to be inclusive. There are several working groups involving media professionals, representatives of the sector, and actually one of the first working groups was on the safety of journalists and media. And the other working groups also address many of the challenges that you have discussed during this conference. The vital role of media in democratic societies is also recognized by the Minister of Culture, and it is clearly stated in the new declaration of the recently appointed government. A clear commitment to strengthen the capacity of media and to ensure the safety of journalists is mentioned as some of the tasks that the new government has set out to achieve. In conclusion, I want to thank you all for participation, thank the panelists and the moderators, and also thank the organizers of the team behind this very timely conference, especially my colleagues at the Ministry of Culture and also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. Thank you, and I hope that this work is continued in the spirit of the words spoken today in this conference.
I'd like to ask Bjorn Berge, Deputy Secretary General, Council of Europe, for his own final observations.
It's great to be back in beautiful Riga and to take part in this very important event. Deputy Speaker of the Seima and head of the Latvian delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly, Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Culture of Latvia, parliamentarians, journalists, dear friends. It is an honor to bring to a close this important and successful conference. Over the course of the past 2 days, you have heard and sometimes shared firsthand, extraordinary, personal, and moving testimony about the dangers facing journalists throughout our continent and beyond. Among these, we think, of course, about the words and bravery of Matthew Caruana Galizia, who spoke so movingly about the murder of his mother, Daphne. More broadly, as you have heard, the risks to the profession today include everything from increased use of intimidation and violence, and even murder, sometimes with impunity, to the modern-day use of cyber attacks, surveillance, and online harassment of journalists, to the grim reality of how these and similar steps to undermine the freedom of media and the role of journalists so frequently takes place. What I can do today is to underline the Council of Europe's firm and unwavering determination to do all that we can to uphold the rights and freedoms of every journalist on our continent. As also stated in the marching orders, so to say, from our European leaders at our recent summit in Reykjavik in May, we will continue our collective efforts for the safety of journalists and other media actors. So the commitment could neither be clearer nor come from a higher level. But we are certainly not starting from scratch. It is now more than 7 decades since the European Convention of Human Rights came into force. And the essential role of the Article 10 in the European Convention of Human Rights for upholding freedom of expression in Europe. We have the fundamental role played by the court in Strasbourg and its case law. A case law that has defined and protected the rights of journalists across our continent, requiring states to create a favorable environment for journalists' participation in public debate and for the expression of opinion and ideas without fear. Building on this, and over the years, we have taken a range of specific initiatives to uphold the rights of journalists, which is so essential for any vibrant democracy. In the recent years, the work of the Platform for the Protection of Journalism and the Safety of Journalists has become even more important, as reports of actions taken against journalists, including wrongful arrests and physical violence, have increased in numbers. What's important is that it exists so to raise awareness and also as a channel of dialogue between media stakeholders and national authorities, with the aim of addressing these issues and seeking accountability. Let me also mention here today the landmark recommendation to all our governments from 2016 on protection of journalism and safety of journalists and other media actors. I believe it gives a very good guidance to member states for putting in place the necessary legal frameworks that protect the integrity of journalists and other media actors. It also calls for the establishment of criminal law provisions that help deter crime against journalists and other media actors, and it enables investigations that prevent impunity. More broadly, it helps create a secure and favorable environment for freedom of expression in a given country, where journalists have the protection that is so essential to their work, such as protection of confidential sources and the gathering and editing of information and news. On top of this, we have also focused on standards on media pluralism and freedom, and placed a strong emphasis on the importance of truly independent public service media as a good source of unbiased information and diverse political opinions. So, dear friends, of course, it is not enough to adopt new standards and principles, despite how important they may be. But we also need to raise awareness and engage in a dialogue with governments, and last but not least, to offer our expertise and assistance. We need to see our specific ongoing activities on the ground and cooperation programs with our member states bear witness to that. These include awareness raising, training of officials and journalists alike, and concrete advice and support for governments that want to improve their laws in this area. One recent example of this work is what we currently are doing in support of Ukraine, and how we have provided the Prosecutor General's Office with support and advice in implementing a communication strategy in times of war. Similarly, we have advised on the government's recent media law and our action plan for Ukraine, which contains a number of projects, which was negotiated and agreed jointly with the Ukrainian authorities, also include measures to support free media. So we are involved in many ways, providing support to the best of our ability to Ukraine. And we will continue to act and adjust our programs in light of the changing and sometimes challenging environment. I also have to mention the work we do to stop the misuse of lawsuits against journalists and media. The parliamentarian Shenak already mentioned his work on this in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. The strategic lawsuits against public participation, SLAPS, as many of you are very familiar with, is used as means for those in power and those with money to close down the right and proper work of journalists. This is a form of intimidation and manipulation, and is deeply worrying and an affront to democracy that must be addressed. As you know, we are working on a new recommendation on SLAPS with concrete and helpful guidelines for our governments that should be ready for adoption by the end of this year. We will work with our member states and with you to achieve that, just as we are committed to the success of our new campaign for the safety of journalists, launched here in Riga at this conference. The campaign will raise our citizens' knowledge and awareness of the essential role played by journalists in our democratic societies, aimed at building more trust between the profession and the public. And such trust is all the more important in times of war and conflict, when we are bombarded with lies and misinformation. At the same time, in times of war and conflict, there will always be a balance to be struck between freedom of expression on the one hand and the limits on what can be reported for security reasons on the other. But the new campaign on the safety of journalists will build upon key aspects of the recommendation from 2016, as I already mentioned. And hopefully, it can lead to a situation where these standards and guidelines are implemented and practiced more widely than ever. What will also help is to bring together governments, parliamentarians, and other actors in closer dialogue, as well as encourage our member states as a follow-up to develop new national action plans with concrete measures. I believe a good starting point is that we are honest about the fact that there is a gap between solutions that we agree and their implementation on the ground. Just reflect for a moment on the democratic backsliding that is now taking place on our continent, and of which the arrest and intimidation of journalists and attacks on media workers is a key part. All of this further underlines the need for action right now and at the national level, which is a main aim of our new campaign. So at the end, dear friends, you present here today are key to make that happen, as we need national authorities to embrace this challenge, as we need parliamentarians, academics, activists, and journalists themselves, everyone who knows this field and who cares about democracy, to come together and put their shoulders to the wheel so that we work with one another and encourage one another. And there is no lack of tools in our toolbox, I believe, but we must start using them 24/7. So it's a very good thing that the first meeting of the campaign's national focal points will begin immediately after this conference. This shows that progress can be made. And finally, let me congratulate the Latvian authorities for their leadership and for hosting this important event and for the launch of this new campaign. And last but not least, I thank all of you for being here today and your willingness to stand shoulder to shoulder with us in combating democratic backsliding and ensuring freedom of expression and safeguarding the key role of journalists and free media. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So it's my job to close the conference. For those of you who weren't here yesterday or this morning, my name is Jodie Ginsberg, and I'm the president of the Committee to Protect Journalists. At CPJ, our whole raison d'etre, our whole mission is the protection of journalists, the safety of journalists. And so I'm really thrilled to have so many new allies in this mission. Press freedom isn't something that it just exists as a theory. We've heard a lot about Article 10 and Article 19. These aren't things that exist simply on a theoretical level. Press freedom exists in practice, and it's practiced by brave and courageous journalists every day. Journalists like Inga Springer, Olga Rudenko, Daphne Caruana Galizia. It's those journalists for whom we are doing this work. They are the journalists who every day do the work that underpins the democracy and the freedoms that we so hold dear. The key messages from this conference will be distributed online afterwards, along with videos from the conference, so that you can share it and disseminate it more widely. I'm very grateful to everyone for their attention and their involvement and their focus. And I want to reiterate how important it has been for Nicholas and I to hear so many commitments to action beyond conversation. And I have a little piece of paper here. Oh yes, sorry, and a bit of an administrative note, the focal point meeting will take place at Conference Hall A. Which is when you will be taking these conversations, I hope, into decisive action. That's what we need. That's what journalists need. Now, I don't know always if the pen is mightier than the sword. I certainly, as a free speech activist, believe so. But what I do know for a fact is that all too often the stomach takes over from the head when it gets about lunchtime. So with that in mind, we are now going to break for lunch. That's the end of the formal part of the conference, and then the focal point meeting takes place afterwards in Conference Hall A. Thank you all for your attention.